in theory here because they have made the standard moves. I'm sure that Maria Muzychuk with white was aiming for this position because it really gives her this comfortable feeling that she's controlling the game. And I think after yesterday's joyride, when she was having these ups and downs and by some luck involved, she did win the game, even though it looked very dangerous for her at one moment. Maybe this is the reason why she decided, okay, I want to play safe today. I want to be peaceful. I don't want to draw, obviously, but I want to play something peaceful, and which is what she is doing at the moment.
Well, it's often that you see once you're playing with when some higher-rated players playing against lower-rated player, that they're trying to avoid some complicated tactical battles, but they rather choose to go for something like this, which is positional game for understanding, where they think that they don't have any risk to losing it. So they're playing for two results in their opinion. As well, human brain, we can never perform on the level of machines. So as soon as there are some tactics in there, we can always go wrong. Doesn't matter who is our opponent. So it's just about how well we can play. And once position is about understanding, the chance of making significant mistake is way, way smaller.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And I really like Maria's choice here. I like certain positions myself with white, and we'll probably return to this game later. In the meantime, there's some fun developing in the third game, where Yulia Osmak with white is facing Katerina Lakhno, a former Ukrainian player now playing for Russian Federation. If I'm not mistaken, she was, I think, twice European champion. So she is accustomed to win European Championship, and probably she hopes to make it a hat-trick this year.
Well, being the third seed in the tournament and being a grandmaster over 2500, it's quite obvious that her aim for this tournament is first place.
Actually, I think that Katerina is extremely probably motivated to achieve something, because I don't recall really huge success for her in the past years or so. Do you? Because she was extremely strong, performing extremely well a couple of years ago, but now there's been a bit quiet period, at least. I think that
there was some reason why she just simply wasn't playing too much in the last years.
Yes?
But I don't want to say anything wrong, so I'm not going to say anything
okay, then
more.
Yes, okay, then not. But speaking about the chess, there was some funny opening here, bishop f4, and after c5. Actually, I like these setups for black. As soon as the bishop goes out in very typical London or Trompovsky typical positions, bishop f4, bishop g5. I really like this approach that black usually tries to undermine white's bishop early jump to f4, followed by queen b6, which actually happened in the game, and somehow make pressure the b2 pawn. Mm-hmm. So I don't know this particular line at this moment after e3. Queen b6 is a very aggressive approach.
Yes.
I'm not sure it should be giving any desired results. But the point is, when you're playing against, let's say, a lesser experienced opponent, and your opponent doesn't know it so well. So the reason of this very aggressive move, queen b6, is I want to provoke you to do some kind of a mistake. I want you to play something like b3 to make some kind of a weakness. I mean, it looks very ugly, obviously. I mean, after b3...
Of course, with the bishop being out on f4, there is no piece to protect those black squares.
Yeah, something like d5, or even make a good use of the weakened diagonal. This looks very strange. Queen c1 obviously is impossible because the pawn on d4 is hanging. So this actually requires for white to know something and play also aggressive knight c3. I'm not sure about this variation. Queen b2 seems to be not working, right? Because of knight
yes,
d5.
I wanted to ask you the same question.
I'm not sure.
Well, we can take a quick look.
Okay.
Try to figure it out. Well, probably knight b5 has to be the move.
Obviously, yes.
So and I guess knight d5 or knight a6 now?
Not sure. I think knight a6 looks the first move which comes into my mind. Maybe also knight c4 is a possibility.
Yeah, knight a6 is knight d5. It feels like it's somehow hanging in the air a little bit.
Yes, I'm not sure. It is possible that this is a well-known trick, but we don't know it in this particular setup because this is not exactly the most popular opening choice for white, and neither is the response for black. So it seems that it might be possible that very soon both of the players will be experimenting and trying to play something fun and for the public.
I have a feeling that here actually some move like a3 could be a killer even.
So with what idea? To play rook b1, queen a2?
No, to just play bishop c4.
And then play rook a2. Okay, I see. Yes,
or rook b1.
This really feels bad. I mean, even if we don't know it by simple sense of logic, we could probably come to the right conclusion. Now, what happens after knight d5? Can you quickly calculate? Is it possible?
Knight d5.
Knight d5. Well, it's at least what I see immediately, that I have a draw. I will not lose. Yes. So there's some kind of perpetual attack on the queen. So that's the minimal variation. And if this actually will happen, then I'll look for more. I'm fairly sure there's something better. I'm absolutely sure.
Should be.
If I would have this game, I'd probably think for maybe 10 minutes and I would find it. But anyway, I mean, it's not a good result for Katerina Lachno, the black.
Of course, this is not what she's looking for.
Obviously. So that's why she won't take on b2.
Maybe all in all, the draw is not a terrible result for her, but she's definitely looking to have a draw after a fight, not out of opening in 10 moves.
Yes, and actually, I also yesterday asked to Maria Muzachuk, was she considering to accept the. I'm not sure if it was actually said verbally during the game, but her yesterday's opponent, Judith Fuchs, repeated the position a couple of times, and she had the opportunity to accept the draw by a threefold repetition, and she didn't. And I asked why didn't you even consider. She said, I just want to play, which is completely normal. You don't arrive to a tournament in the first round to make quick draws. You just want to play. And if you have very serious plans for the tournament, you want to achieve something, I mean, you have to fight every single game. I mean, this is an extremely serious tournament.
Especially in open tournaments. In round-robin tournaments, there can still be some strategies of playing safe with certain opponents and trying to score points against other, but in Swiss tournaments, you just have to fight for every half point.
Yeah, but now look at this, rook b1. Now, this is something which I don't understand. Maybe I'm wrong. But
is it so? Can we see time somehow for players?
Not sure. No, at least in this version, I don't think we can. Okay. So maybe we can check it later. There's some possibility to look at it. But unless this is some preparation, I think this is exactly what Black actually wanted.
Yeah, it feels like that. Although there are some lines where it's totally normal to answer queen b6 with rook g1.
Well, by some common sense, I mean, there is some logic because you're wasting time to put the queen on b6. Okay, I'm wasting time to put a rook on b1. But still, I'm not sure about this particular variation. Was it possible here to make some kind of a developing move, something like
knight f3,
knight f3 and still insist on sacrificing the pawn on b2 and knight b5, some similar ideas? I'm not sure, actually. I think it's the same, no?
Could be that now I already want to take on d4 and then on b2, so as I have bishop b4 ideas.
So let's say knight b5.
No, I thought to take on d4 first, maybe, to open up the bishop.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, here takes. So assuming that we take with the pawn, even though there's knight b5. Okay. Assuming the idea was that there are some possibilities for check bishop b4.
Yes, and castles. No, castle loses material, but.
Well, but it is a possibility, yes.
And also knight d5 is already way more strong, as it doesn't feel like it's hanging in there. It's supported by pawn on e6, and there's no chance for white to open the d file.
Yeah, I actually like this maneuver, queen b6, because it immediately applies some direct pressure on your opponent, and if she doesn't know it so perfectly, then this threat queen takes on b2, even though it might not be possible to do it immediately, it is possible that black will play queen b2 at some time, and you have to be focused at all time when it is possible to take on b2 and when it's not. So it is understandable why white actually played rook b1. So maybe we can switch to some other games, what's going on here. And on the fourth board, There's Nana Zagnidze, the very experienced Georgian grandmaster, playing against Olga Babi. And, well, by the looks, it looks like English opening I wanted to say already, yes.
Yes, but which is having really similar structure to a little bit of hedgehog.
It's a, yes, of course, it's a hedgehog position, even though it was not played out in the most ambitious way. Here, if we are going back, G3 is probably the classical approach. After G3, black has many options to respond, probably strike in the center, play symmetrical positions with G6, or go for the hedgehog structure with B6. So here I'm not so sure that E6 is the best continuation here, because I've always believed that the double hedgehog is much more poisonous. Even though, of course, I found some lines where there's some danger for black, but it's not very easy to find it for white. Here, I mean, the double hedgehog is G6.
Sorry.
Yes, I like this very much. So G6, some typical lines like knight C3, bishop G7, D4 takes, usually take with the queen. The queen goes to H4, followed by bishop H6, and usually black postpones the castle as long as possible, making knight BD7, A6, rook C8, and so on and so on. And it's also been contested at a very, very top level. But speaking about the, after English opening, the classical hedgehog, it's very solid. It's not very easy to break, but yes, B3, I don't think that is the main move here. The main move is knight C3 followed by D4, but yet again it gives more options for black. Yes, and queen d4. Usually, the general understanding of this position is that knight takes on d4 gives hardly any advantage for white. Well, it is possible to play, of course. After, let's say, take, and usually the queen goes to c8, possible by knight c6 or queen b7 followed by a6, b5, and black gets a very, very comfortable play. Even though actually white can pressure more for f3, e4. It's not very easy, I mean...
but still, it's in a long game. Once you have given up bishop on g2 and played f3, e4, you always have to count in that there will be some problems later on in the game with the second rank.
Yeah, so this is a bit, speaking about chess-wise, a bit paradoxical move. Usually you don't take on d4 with the queen, because we are taught in the first lessons of chess you don't move the same piece twice in the opening. But here actually white wants for black to play knight c6, because we would be provoking the knight not to the best square, and then either queen f4 followed by rook d1, possible unpleasant pressure on the d line, or queen d2 is also a possibility. So usually black exactly plays like happened in the game: d6, knight c3, a6 followed with knight bd7. So we more or less reached the classical position.
Yeah.
And here, if I'm not mistaken, one of the possible ideas for white, I have analyzed this position a bit with white, probably I forgot everything already, is that usually white wants to transform the queen to e3, knight goes to d4, and then try to do something. But I mean, it's not very easy, because usually the opponent wants went with, can I draw some buttons here? No, I cannot. Okay, so with queen e3, knight f4, I would want somehow f4, g4, g5, do something nasty on the king side, but black usually has enough counterplay in the center. So
in general, speaking about these structures, white is enjoying very big space advantage, and what black is doing is they're maneuvering their pieces more or less just around, like typical motives, like trying to create some pressure on c file, and then there are two ideas: either to somewhere make work d5 or b5, and to somehow use this their only half open file, because otherwise well, they just don't have any game activity, and it's very, very hard to play just standing on a place. Although, if you stand on a place here in these positions, they often don't get worse, because with time white also runs out with improving moves.
Well, I'm not a big fan of the hedgehog systems myself. I used to play it in the past, but not anymore. I mean, I'm trying to play something else. Well, well, there are people who still prefer it because one thing about the hedgehog structures is that it's extremely solid. That's one thing, and you don't need to know much. I mean, you basically put the same structure and you can play it over and over, and of course your opponent can prepare something, but it's very difficult to break it immediately, and that's why maybe there's some popularity still left.
Yes, but it's very fastly decreasing because actually now, well, everyone has, I think, is starting to analyze it deeper and deeper and deeper every opening, and I would say that it's already been like kind of found some lines which are so preferable for white that black just doesn't want to play it anymore.
Yeah. What's going on here in the next game? Where also one of the former European champions, Stefano Antoaneta, is playing with black against Hungarian Grandmaster Garaticia. This looks like. What does it look like?
Yes, it's.
It seems like a very familiar position to me from some variations. It started out.
Well, we have reached a stone wall position,
Looks
but
like
with
a reti without knight f6, and then black played f5 and stone wall.
And is it actually improvement for black or disadvantage that bishop is on g4 instead of c8?
That is a very, very good question. I don't know. Maybe we can quickly have a look how it developed. Yes,
Okay.
it was already like I thought, because I had a couple of games maybe very similar manner, because this position is very difficult to reach from other games when your knight is still on g8.
So bishop g4.
The beauty about the reti variation is that it is possible to play with very limited preparation, and basically reti variation is so popular among players who just came out to play some chess. I mean, I don't want to play long theoretical lines. I just want to very quickly finish the development on the king side and then just figure out what is the best continuation, c4, d4, I mean, whatever. But still, I used to play reti in the past myself also, but I've came to the conclusion that the other main moves with white there pose a bit more concrete, real problems for black than the very peaceful reti. But still, it's the, it's the taste. I mean, the taste differs really. So, for example, Vladimir Kramnik used to play it with great success. I mean, in the past.
Well, it has also a big tendency later on, once white plays d4 or c4, to transpose to some other main lines. So
Yeah.
white, if black doesn't want to play those main lines, then they have to actually really go for some stuff like bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is actually a very trendy move because I like it. Very often, let's say, I'll show you some ideas. For example, let's say black continues the usual development, something like knight f6, bishop g2, bishop g4, let's say something like castle, c6, d3, knight d7, which might be one of the typical approaches of this position. But the point of bishop g4 is that very often black is willing not to develop the knight on f6. So, for example, I put bishop on g2. Let's say I still continue with c6, castle, maybe e6, d3, and I could potentially go for bishop d6 immediately, knight e7. So it's very, very tricky. I mean, one knight goes to e7, other knight goes to d7, and I did not know of this variation when I once played, if I'm not mistaken, one of the Vladimir Petrov Memorial rapid tournaments here in Jurmala, maybe 2015, something, it doesn't matter, against very strong Belarusian grandmaster Sergei Zhigalko, and he first applied it against me. I mean, against me myself, not first time ever played this idea, and then I discovered this is extremely interesting idea. And I see that Antoaneta with black is at least was trying to do something like that, and okay, she met immediate d4, but d4 it doesn't strike me as a very dangerous line for black, because basically black gets a very favorable Slav position. The bishop is already out. White did not even threaten to play c4, queen b3, and black can just choose to his card's content the best possible continuation and the game plan here.
Yes, but it's also a very solid move, and I think that white might be trying here to not go into some maybe theoretical lines or some for example, c4, allowing some some gambit lines. Or
Actually, I
anything.
like c4 more here. I don't know why. Because there's this idea that after e6, c takes on d5, in some variations, black is obliged to take on f3. Because immediate c takes on d5, there are some possible ideas of knight e5, bishop h5, maybe I'm jumping already very quickly, and something like queen b3. So it's might be a bit unpleasant. Maybe I did not show the correct order of the moves, but the idea is the same. So basically it just forces for black to do some things like bishop takes on f3, give up the bishop, and I just easily get two bishops, d4, e3, very easy to play, zero risk for white, slight advantage. I like it. I like it myself.
Well, it's your style, of course.
Yes, or e takes on d5, and this is a more double-edged game. Well, white gets some perspectives to gain some pawn advantage in the center. d3, e4, of course I'll prepare it, d3, knight c3, e4, and well, still black is very solid there. So it's well, that's of course taste differs really, but well, it's just my humble opinion that c4 is but more poisonous in this position. It's also possible to play d3 here, but d4, it's like you said, it's extremely solid, but it doesn't strike me as white is gaining any advantage here, actually.
Yeah, but it's very rare that if you actually your main goal was to get an advantage, that you're starting with ready.
Yes, that
you
you might
just
be right.
want a game.
Yeah. Yes, and now we see the reason why Antoaneta with white chose to play f5. She probably did not want to play knight f6 because it will transpose to some kind of a Caro-Kann structure. Let's say something like, I don't know what is more accurate, rook e1 followed by e4 or queen e1. I have no idea. Maybe you can include me even bishop f5. So probably something like rook e1, maybe bishop d6, e4 takes, and okay, it's also extremely solid for black. But how to win it?
Yeah, exactly.
How to win it? And I would say that after knight d2, f5 is like a provoking move.
It feels very tempting after knight d2 to play f5. I mean, this knight has committed already to playing for e4 square. The only other purpose for it is to support c4, but well, you don't really need knight on d2 to play c4, so you basically cut off this, knight's main plan. And also this knight is now on the way of bishop on c1, which is now, you have to make a decision how to develop it. Either to make another move with the knight, not clear where, or to play with b3.
So I think that basically white has to play c4 to do some pressure in the center. I think that's a natural move. Do you agree?
Yeah,
Something
sure.
like bishop d6, which was actually played in the game. And now queen b3. Well, obviously, white has to do something. I think she has to do something really fast, because otherwise black gets a very comfortable play. Like you said, it's a very favorable stonewall position. Black will just continue. Now, probably she'll put the knight on f6, not on e7.
Yeah.
Because we have this very nice central square on e4, so it makes more sense to develop it on f6 and followed by castle. It looks very, very solid play. But the real danger, I think, for white in this position is that it might be problematic to find a game plan, and that is usually where most players fail. I mean, they do not fail calculating variations, but very often they fail to find a reasonable continuation which gives them good chances. So I think maybe here for white, maybe an easier choice would be to play something like, I don't know, maybe b3, bishop b2 followed by knight e5. What do you think?
Yes, I agree, but it could be very easily refused, I think, because well, I just need to play like more like queen c7 or something like that, and you will never get to e5. And that, like, the more I look at this position, the more I'm liking it for black, to be honest, because how it usually happens in Stonewall is that we get the same structure, but with the bishop on c8. And it's very common that later on in the game, black is trying to play bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop h5. And if they manage that, they in those lines they are okay.
That is, you mean the old-fashioned approach? There were some classic games when Mikhail Botvinnik used to play it in his prime. He also developed the bishop like that. But I think the more popular is putting the bishop b6, bishop b7, and play c5. But yes, I mean.
Oh yeah, sure, but that works only against actually Stonewall against g3, really.
Yeah, but queen b3. I have this feeling that I've seen this somewhere. I cannot explain it. Was there some possible piece sacrifice by pushing e4? I don't remember.
Well,
there was some ideas. I cannot shake the feeling.
The idea of taking on d5 first and then maybe yes, some e4.
I've seen in some game. Maybe there was some game when you when White actually took on d5 and then played e4. I don't remember where I've seen this before, but I've certainly seen it, and I think it was quite a high level several years ago probably. But we'll probably check it later where it was being played. But I'm quite sure that the ideas were quite known. And actually, this rookie one, I think it already means something. I mean, it means that White wants to do something with the e4.
My guess would be actually that what White wants is to play knight f1 and to develop bishop from c1, as they don't see a way to develop pieces further. And also maybe to have some ideas of bishop f4 and to fight for the control of e5 like that.
Yes, but knight on f1 looks a bit awkward, no?
Yes, I agree. That's maybe knight. Yeah, of course.
That's what I said. I felt that I don't know. I probably would have chosen myself b3, bishop b2. And knight e5. But it is possible, of course, like you said, that let's say here b3, knight f6, bishop b2, probably black has to stop this and play something like queen c7. But wait, what about knight g5? You're not forgetting this.
Yes, that is
some problems with knight g5.
Of course, there's knight f8, but
and some f3, e4 or something.
Yeah,
it
sure.
seems to be working for White. So actually, after bishop b2. Maybe castle, knight e5. This looks quite nice for White. I mean, the bishop on g4.
Well, I play bishop h5 probably.
Bishop h5 and something like quite standard, maybe queen c2 or rook, knight f3.
You have an option of f4 and closing it if you want to play safe, of course.
No, I don't want to play f4. I don't want to play safe. No, I mean, knight f3 looks very nice. I mean, knight f3, knight e4, some typical ideas, takes, and maybe knight e5 followed by f3. Looks zero risk for White.
Yes,
so
I agree.
I would probably play that, but okay, maybe I don't know so much about this position, and maybe this has actually been analyzed before by White.
Yes,
so what do I know?
Once again, it would be very nice to see actual time of players to know who is more in preparation, who is more just thinking themselves.
Yeah, probably we'll look into that very shortly. So maybe we can jump to the next game, and after that we can make a small break for several minutes after we are doing this.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So we have here Georgian player Basilashvili Nino playing against Italian player Brunello Marina. Oh, actually, one thing about today's pairings is that if on the very top boards there are those few players 2500 plus who are way higher in rating than the rest of the field, then there's still a big rating gap between them. But once you go a little lower, or this to something like board 10, the rating difference is already dropping even to just 100 points, which is very, very close to being just an equal or unclear game without a clear favorite.
Are you saying we'll be seeing more draws today than yesterday?
I don't think so that it should affect it in any way, because all the games, they are getting played out till the very end, so...
Okay. So yet another Slav. This time there is no exchange. Queen c2, I'm not very familiar with this move. Probably one of the side moves to stop bishop f5 and potentially go for a very quick knight b to d2 and e4. So it only makes sense to take on c4. So White is jumping with the queen very early. So, but by doing this, Black gives up the center. So it's always the double edge. I mean, you don't know what's more. What's better? I mean, the waste of time and gain center, or it's vice versa. So d takes on c4, it makes very much sense to me.
Yes, I agree. Bishop g4.
I'm fairly sure this is a theoretical position I've seen before.
Okay. then you must say something more, as I am
Well,
very unfamiliar with
what
this.
can I say? It looks very standard,
Okay.
in my grandmaster's opinion. like saying joked yesterday. I mean, in my grandmaster's opinion, white has an extra pawn. That was a nice one. I like it. Yes. Well, Alexei has a good sense of humor.
Okay.
Well, it's quite standard. Yet again, it has some resemblance to some Caro-Kann structure. The c6, e6 pawn, the bishop is out on g4, quite active. But usually in these structures might be problematic for black to show some activity, because very often when you are playing an opening, you have to understand that any activity involved usually is directly linked with the pawn advancing. So if you're not advancing the pawn, so how can you show the activity? Just muffling around the pieces? Probably not. So in this position for black, try to show some considerable activity is probably to play something like c6, c5 or e6, e5.
Well, as we see in the game, black tried to do it with b5, which I'm now trying to...
Okay, okay, that was not what I meant. I mean, I did not mean certainly b5, but I mean, my point was, for example, just for an idea, of course, not actual position, if black would prepare the idea of c5, the problem is that this bishop on g2 opens up very strong, and if e6, e5 is not so easy to prepare. Obviously, I mean, there's the pawn on b7 hanging, but the thing about these variations, which are very solid, but a good player always has to evaluate, has it good perspective? I mean, you can be extremely solid, but if you cannot show a good and active game plan, then maybe it's not such a great opening. I mean, because it's for your opponent so easy to play. I'm not saying that this is such a line, but just a general remark which I've noted.
But wouldn't this also be the position where would standard motive would be somewhere to just play queen b6 against queen b3?
Queen b6 looks quite standard, yes, and
especially now that it feels to me that knight c4, you don't really want to go for this.
Even that, or it's also possible just to play some crazy idea like queen a6. Also looks like a complete possibility. Of course, queen b3 is perfectly fine for black. But queen b6, probably white also doesn't want to exchange on b6. Can you show the reason why? Queen b6, a takes on b6, yeah. I would imagine, followed by b5, knight b6, and it's very, very nice play. Very nice coordination of the pieces. And
black for, let's say, you can say it like that, for free, black has gotten a play on the a file. They have activity when connected with rook a4 and pressure against center like that, and they suddenly have a game without a need to actually do any breaks.
Yeah, so, well, I don't know why black did not play that. Maybe she thought that b5 is much more fun, because, I mean, b5 limits the activity of the knight on d2, because it basically has no good squares just to go back. And after b5, maybe black can continue with queen b6, and still my offered c6, c5 idea. So, yeah. And so it seems that the game is still in the opening phase. a4, a6 was included, e4, so obviously white wants to do something in the center. I'm not sure exactly what, maybe just to gain some central squares and...
Well, now it's not easy for black to also proceed, as they are very much tied with their pawn structure. There's c5 break is not going to happen so soon. And well, white, I think, could have quite an easy plan of now playing, for example, rook e1 and knight f1.
And what next?
Bishop f4, let's say that, rook c1, and slowly going forward, maybe even g4, knight g3, and...
But actually, I sort of... I like this idea of b5. I mean, okay, queen b6 is probably the most solid and standard approach, but if white cannot immediately refute it by playing some kind of knight e5, then it's just fine for black. I mean, I just gain some space, and followed by queen b6, I continue to improve the position of my pieces. So I don't know, maybe white should have tried something like knight e5. So it looks very, very tempting just to make a good use of this weak pawn on c6, and assuming that black has to take and play something like knight d5, protecting the c6 pawn. Well, I don't know. I can just, for the starters, I can just play something like knight f3. Even though I wanted to put the knight on e4, I'm not so sure. Maybe knight f3. And there's some... I'm not sure what there is. There is some pressure. There's some pressure.
I have a feeling that those pawns on the queen side will start rolling.
You're probably right. Yes, you're probably right.
Even just simple now, this ball queen b6 followed by c5, c4 looks very nice for black.
Yes, so this is not a very easy decision to make for white. And we are stopped at this moment when white played e4, and Marina Brunello with black is right now thinking about her possibilities, and while she's doing that, we'll probably go for a small break for several minutes, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. See you.
Hi, welcome back to the live coverage of the second round of European Women's Chess Championship. We are back after a short break and we see that there has been a lot of developments in some games. But first of all, we'll take a look at the game of the leader in this tournament from Latvia team.
Yeah, Ilza Berzina, she's a very strong player from Latvia and basically one of the backbones of the Latvian national team. For some reasons, not three of the players of the national team could not play in the tournament. Like we already mentioned it yesterday, Dana Reizniece-Ozole is the finance minister of Latvia, and obviously she has many duties to play in, not to play. Okay, maybe she plays in the politics, but to be as a politician as her main occupation. And Laura Rogole, due to family issues, she could not participate in this tournament. And the third, Katrina Šķiņķe, or now better known as Katrina America, she's been busy with her main job, and she's also, if I'm not mistaken, in the organizing committee in this tournament. Yeah, so basically, it's Ilza Berzina from the top players of Latvia. She's the only one who is right now enjoying 1 point out of 1, and she is playing with white against Jolanta Zawadzka, a very strong player from Poland. And by the looks, look at the game, I was not particularly impressed by Ilza's game. Ilza is right now playing at a board. Let me see, board. I lost it somewhere. I think it was board 9 something.
Yes,
something like that. Yes. So as far as I know, Ilse, she is big fan of Rossolimo typical structures, and she easily could have been at least I think 400 level player.
Oh, that's definitely, and it's also visible by the fact that she's every year she's. Every Olympiad she's playing for the national team, and she always prefers to play on a little lower boards to score some little more points, maybe. But the reason why she keeps playing on those boards is because she's having actually quite incredible results there, and she has even had a medal at her board in the Olympiad.
I think in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2010, if I'm not mistaken.
And that shows that she can play on very good level.
So obviously, I mean, Ilse is a very strong player, and well, I would say a very strong amateur. I mean, she plays not so often, but when she does, she takes it very seriously. But still, in this game, she did not achieve much. This is quite an interesting way to approach the opening. Okay.
Oh, that's all for now. It's standard.
H3 is
H3.
H3 is. I don't think it's a standard
No,
because
H3 is not the main move. That's for sure.
I think the C3 is the main move here. C3. Very quickly, I'll show you some of the ideas. Bishop G4, if I'm not mistaken, H3, G4, and D4. There are some tricky ideas.
Yes, but now lately after Bishop F3, Queen F3, it's being played a lot, and Black is enjoying total equality.
Yeah, but probably Ilse doesn't follow too much of modern theory. She just is out there to play some good chess, and we hope that she will to cheer up the local public, because she is one of the rare hopes we have in this tournament to perform really well. So Ilse, we are out there cheering for you. And speaking about the current position in the opening, she did not achieve much, and I would dare to say that, knight g8, that is interesting. That Black managed to equalize quite easily. What was wrong with knight e4?
Might be that at this moment
maybe some quick f3, but I don't imagine that f3 might. I mean, the idea after knight e4, I thought that it's possible to go away with the queen and try to catch the knight, but there's this weakness on g3. So
yeah, but it's there at the moment. But this idea can be hanging in there all the time. This knight is. You have to be careful not to lose this knight, and maybe in this setting, like, with material being exchanged like this, Black thought that they should try to avoid it.
yeah, anyway, I mean, okay, Black decided to play knight g8, and after knight bishop d2, bishop b4, not sure if that was really necessary, but here.
But it's understandable that White wanted to exchange their dark square bishop, considering that their pawns are dark squares.
Yeah, but I would probably prefer something else. I don't know, something like bishop e3, knight d2, queen e2, knight f3 first to make a very solid structure and then proceed on the king side. But I mean, okay, of course, White is not in any danger here, and but I was just in the playing hall. Well, Ilse did not look very happy about the position. I don't know, maybe she's just disguising her emotions, but there's zero problems for Black. After knight g6 short castle, it is actually Black who might be pressing for more.
Might be an interesting idea, h4 now.
No, h4.
Stopping knight g6, kind of. You don't want to allow h5, h6, probably.
So the idea is knight g6, h5, knight e7, and some thematic sacrifice h6.
Yes.
It's not even a sacrifice, actually, because yeah, g takes on h6. Okay, I can play queen f6, but I don't have to really. Well, maybe
Yes.
I do, I don't know. Well, it looks interesting, but
And
maybe.
the idea is being that after h5, if you play knight g6, you won't be able to castle, as your pawn will be hanging on h5.
So let's say something like knight e2, knight g6, and g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right.
But Black could be also totally fine after long castle, king b8.
You mean here after h4?
No, I mean even in the final position.
Okay. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, knight e7, g takes on h6, and long castle looks perfectly normal. The knight goes to f5, and actually this g line open might be used against White. Okay, so let's hope that Ilse will be doing well. Maybe we'll quickly jump to another local player, Elina Otikova. She is playing against another Hungarian player, Anita Gara. So,
Whoa.
Whoa.
Let's go move by move.
That is the first impression. Wow. Okay, let's see what happened here. Knight c3, okay. That's not a very common move here, isn't it?
Maybe it was an attempt to avoid preparation.
I'm not sure if that was required, okay, but this is quite a common motive in these positions, and actually that's why I somewhat don't like this bishop b7. I think that the bishop should be standing on e6 because here there sometimes is this motive to put the bishop on d5, and black's pieces are somewhat awkwardly positioned, and sometimes it might be not so easy to get rid of the pin.
Yeah, it's very typical
Whoa.
idea.
Okay.
And now we see a classical tendency in women's chess, and that's why we like this tournament so much and we enjoy watching it. Instead of going slowly for a short castle and playing positional, we are seeing very interesting idea of pushing straight for the king.
Well, to be honest, I don't think it should be dangerous because usually to do something like that you need to prepare it, like you said, and hardly white is going to checkmate black in one move.
Yes, but they are using the fact that at the moment they have extremely strong bishop on d5 and black pieces are a little tied up. And also bishop is on c5, not on e7, so it's not helping defense.
You know, actually I had this idea. I thought about, what about if I play with black here, knight d8?
Yeah, I had the same question.
G5?
Only g5.
Takes, bishop g5, queen g6, and I thought that maybe there is some possibility for some complications after bishop takes, and now don't I win something here after rook g1?
It feels like now something should work, yes.
Yes, because queen h6,
queen e6 doesn't work, yeah, you're right.
And bishop g5 and queen h7 is just bishop f6.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that was the point. I'm not sure how accurate is that, but this particular variation is not extremely hard to calculate because after g5, if you don't take on g5, then white's idea is completely justified. I mean, you have to take, and after this, the bishop on b7 is hanging, unless there's some intermezzo move, some queen g2, something, I don't know, but...
No, I like the idea of g4. It's very interesting, and I think a way to try to punish black for playing bishop b7, not bishop e6.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I like it. Yeah. So after g4 was king h7. This I'm not sure if I like it. Now there's some very serious attack going on. Takes. Oh, knight g5. Oh, this is nice. This is so nice. Actually, this seems like a game over already. No, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it feels a little bit like
Because h takes on g5, queen h5 check, something like king g7, bishop takes on g5, rook g1, and oh my god, this is so painful. I mean, all of the white's pieces are attacking a black's king. I mean, this feels like... okay,
and,
wait, one moment.
Again,
rook h8.
Queen g4 we just play.
Queen g4. And what about I keep being resistant?
Queen g3 and your knight is gonna fall.
Maybe further away. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was saying actually about black's pieces. That bishop on c5 is not participating in defense. Knight is tied to c6 square because of the bishop on b7, which is only protecting the knights. They are all like just together in one big ball.
Yeah, this is certainly a very nice move, knight g5, but the motive is quite known. And yes, if black is supposed to play king h8, and if it's a sad necessity, then this is just losing probably, because rook takes on f7, queen takes on f7, black is unfortunately losing a lot of material. Okay, I can include some check on f2, but that doesn't hardly change anything about this position, and white is up a healthy exchange.
And I think we can safely say winning.
Probably easily winning, yes. So after knight takes on f7, king h7, there should be some...
Bishop h6 should be
Bishop
enough.
h6 and...
As after queen f2, we simply play king d1, and there are no further checks.
and that black king is certainly going to get mated. And unless this game has been finished, I'm fairly sure that it's going to be finished very quickly. Oh my, I mean, this is quite a crush.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate for our local players and people who cheer for our players, but I mean, Elina completely misplayed this position. Maybe here, after bishop d5, this innocent-looking short castle might be actually already some kind of big inaccuracy. And after g4, I certainly don't believe that you have to play king h7. Totally not. She just completely missed this knight
maybe
h5.
still some move like queen e7 could, with the idea to meet g5 with h5. No, sorry, there's g6 already, so...
Is it so bad? Okay, but maybe after g5 I have to... I'm not sure what I have to.
Well, if you allow me to take on h6, I'm healthy pawn up.
I really have to get rid of this pin as soon as possible.
No, I think that the only... h5 feels like the only way to...
h5, g6,
knight d8. Some
knight d8. Will you get checkmated? No?
Yes, I will.
Just like that. Some queen h5, queen h7, just to illustrate you some ideas. I give you a check on f2, but I'm not going to take it. King d1, and I think this is a checkmate on h7. Queen g5, and I won't even take the queen, and queen h7 checkmate. So in the spirit of the great Mikhail Tal, we are trying to be as great as he was, obviously, but...
Well, it feels like the mistake was bishop b7 instead of bishop e6.
Yeah, I think the first inaccuracy actually was bishop b7, but of course it doesn't strike me as a losing move, and it's not. I mean, the real first mistake probably was short castle, and after a small mistake comes the big mistake, and king h7 suddenly very quickly finishes, and black did not even manage to get rid of this pin on d5. So local players are still fighting. Unfortunately, we don't have the official broadcast for remaining Latvian players. We have been receiving some requests at the YouTube chat, so dear viewers, if you have some questions, you can certainly ask them at our YouTube page where we are streaming this video. You can ask anything about this tournament related or any other interesting questions. We'll try our best and find some time to answer it. So far we have received some requests to see certain games. For example, player Exler. So let me see where it is. Veronica Exler. Okay, how is she doing?
So maybe also quickly let's go through the whole of the moves. Once again, we're seeing Reti. The same what we already were discussing before.
Yes, but with the knight f6 involved.
The knight f6 involved. Yes. So now knight d2 is justifying itself because it's white can play e4. And black seems to be playing very passive, in my opinion, not taking.
This is knight h7 is a bit awkward move to me. I mean, okay, if you go back here, c3. I am already not sure about this move. Why do you want to play c3 if nobody is targeting your center? I would probably think about playing e5. Push the knight away, then possibly move the knight to f1 and then proceed conjuring some magic on the king side. But okay, I mean,
or even start yourself after e5, e5 c4.
Here, yes, it is a possibility here and something. But then the knight on d2 is somehow misplaced.
Well, it's a typical Caro-Kann kind of structure.
Yeah, it strikes me like that also. But
of course, with the bishop on g2, which doesn't happen often, but
but this knight h7 was somewhat weird-looking move. I would probably prefer to put the knight on d7 followed by c5, knight c6, some French typical position. So it's quite interesting. We are having a Reti position, then we have some Caro-Kann typical ideas, then we go to French, then we'll turn up in some symmetrical positions. So it's quite interesting that chess is so universal that you can easily jump from one variation into another. I mean, those ideas, they cross somewhere in the middle. But the evaluation is this position, not sure. I think that black is doing quite all right. I think that white somehow misplayed this position. I didn't like this particular move. C3, okay, E5, I understand it, but it's quite obvious that black is here targeting to play F6, open up the F file, so...
And use the bishop on H5.
Yeah, and moving away the knight on B3, to make it easier to push F6, this looks a bit strange.
Well, it's understandable that white was trying to stop C5, but I think it wasn't really a threat in this position. And knight on F1 would be much more safe with ideas of knight jumping further to H2 and supporting F3 knight, as well as freeing up the bishop. And you also have some ideas of maybe playing G4.
Yeah. So it seems that this game is still in the opening phase. All of the events are still ahead, so maybe we can try to fulfill yet another request to see what's going on Daimante Daulita game. Daimante is, of course, well known for Latvian players because she's a very nice player from Lithuania. And she probably treats this tournament very seriously because she not only is very high rated, about 2,400, not sure how high,
2,450,
something like that, and she certainly wants to perform very well in Latvia, which is not very far from her native country.
And also she has been making progress lately, rating-wise and result-wise, and makes... there's a feeling that she's working on chess seriously and that she's taking it very serious and trying to achieve something great. And the European Championship is definitely one of the tournaments where to do that.
Yeah. So we'll, of course, keep an eye on Daimante's progress. Maybe we can quickly jump through what happened in the opening phase. One moment. Where's the... Okay. Okay, the so-called Sveshnikov-Chelyabinsk system. For some reason, I don't see it so often today. I mean, there was some kind of peak of popularity several, maybe even more years ago when everybody was playing it, but now I don't see it.
I don't know if it's the reason, but I have a feeling it's because it's extremely solid and there is not some clear advantage for white, maybe, but it's easy for white to achieve position for two results without a risk to lose. And I think that that's the reason why black prefer to go for something more dynamic.
Yeah, so this bishop e6 is quite an interesting side move. Usually the main move here is b5. I'm quite sure that Daimante has prepared something and is trying to surprise her opponent. And the general motto of this position is if black allows, put your knight on c4 without stopping it, you should do it. So that's what actually white does. She played knight c4. Rook b8.
I'm guessing that that's some preparation move.
It feels like that. That's not something I'll think over the board. Okay, and the a4 probably looks normal, but yet again, then black makes a good use of the just weakened b4 squares. So, okay, rook a4. So I'm not sure how to properly evaluate this position. I would say, in my grandmaster's opinion, this is a very unclear position. I don't know really. I mean, honest. This is still in the opening phase, and
I am liking white after move rook a4.
Do you?
Although there might be now queen c5. Yes, that could change my
Queen
opinion.
c5. I mean, I would like white's position if I would probably force the black knight go to c6. Then I would want to take on f6, followed by knight e5 with the very nice pressure with bishop c4.
That's what was my first opinion, that I can't keep my knight on b4. But
Yes.
it seems that there is queen c5.
Okay, queen c5 looks certainly interesting. So can I make somehow good use of the somewhat badly positioned queen? Some knight jumps somewhere on bishop e3 idea, no? Something like knight f5, let the fun begin.
I don't think
It's very hard to say. It's very hard to say immediately, I know, yes, certainly. I mean, this is a very complicated battle, and I'm quite sure that Daimante wanted to achieve this position. Perhaps also for white this is a quite acceptable position because otherwise she wouldn't go here. And in the meantime, maybe we can also switch to yet another request to see what's going on in the game. Alexandra Goryachkina against Anna Varakomska. I know, Toms, you know Anna quite well because she's a very good friend of your wife, Anna.
Yes, that's true. And she's definitely wanting to show some good results here after having quite unlucky and unsuccessful Polish championship where she lost a lot of rating points. But, well, as we know that it can happen to everyone, and before that she was over the past year or two showing a slight progress every tournament, getting some points and just climbing up in rating.
Okay, so we'll certainly hope that she'll perform really well in this tournament, and well, why shouldn't you? I mean, this is a great city, and playing in such a nice weather, in great surroundings, I mean, you want to perform as best as you can.
Have you seen what's the weather outside?
Right now, I think it's raining, yes, but I mean, in general, I mean, for April, this is very, very nice weather. Okay, but speaking seriously, this is quite a thematical position. This is a common line if after queen c2, black goes for c5, d takes, knight a6. There was some time when people were playing c5, c6 here, but it doesn't strike me as a particularly dangerous variation for black. B takes on c6, and now, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember, d5 and something like bishop g2, but it's quite easy to pay for black. I think it was something like knight c5 here.
Maybe well, black has strong center and it's not clear, like, where are defects of their position, let's say that.
There's been some time I've been looking at this variation. So, but yes, but the general approach here is g3, knight c5 here, and I don't like this. Okay, of course, there's a different taste of the variation, but this knight c to e4, this is usually leads to a very double-edged position. So, for example, something like short castle.
That's what we had in the game.
Yes, and for example, if I take knight takes on c3, b takes, bishop e7, e4, d6, e5 takes, knight e5, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the main lines. I have this feeling that it is more dangerous for black than it is for white, because it's so difficult to counter this bishop on g2.
Yeah, and there are those very nice typical ideas to positionally play c5 and give up the pawn just to get some more space and more open files for your bishop and your pieces.
Yeah, so I would probably choose this as white, and this is one of the reasons why I've never played it with black. And here probably I would play something like b6, bishop b7, and in the main lines, black is perfectly fine there. So, but well, there was probably a reason why Anna decided to play knight e4 and bishop takes on c3 and have some kind of pressure. And this knight e4 is quite a thematical pawn sacrifice, because usually you don't waste time protecting weak pawns, making ugly moves like bishop b2, because this is the move you don't want to make. I mean, you want to position your pieces as active as you can. So something like knight e4, sacrificing the pawn on c3.
Is it even a sacrifice?
I don't know. Is it not?
Can you touch it?
I can touch it, but probably I'll regret it. I don't know, something like knight takes on c3, bishop d2. Okay, I see your point.
It's over.
So I see your point.
Queen c3 might be met by bishop e4.
Bishop e4, and
after queen a1, I will play bishop b2, and wait, there's that. Sorry.
Yeah, probably this is hardly a position which black would appreciate. So yes, this doesn't work. Well, just to illustrate the idea, well, black is not interested to take that pawn anyway.
White is trying to open up their bishop and to have it.
Yet another sacrifice. So c4 is, well, this is actual sacrifice, so to speak.
Yes. Although, very short-term sacrifice, as this pawn can be held.
I don't like this for black. Not 1 second. I mean, white is certainly enjoying a very good position. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't recall such a move as bishop c3. Maybe it is possible to play this. I seem to recall that knight takes on c3 is the main move. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe bishop takes c3 is a possible move. But if black actually doesn't threaten to win the pawn, he is still struggling behind in development, and white has these 2 bishops.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in this position, nobody is forcing black to give up the bishop. So you have a chance to double white's pawns either by exchanging knights or giving up a bishop. So it feels more natural to do it, of course, with a knight.
Yeah. Okay, in case the viewers you have even more requests or questions, you can certainly write us at the official YouTube page and we'll try to find some time and answer them. And in the meantime, let's not forget we are still playing the tournament here and the top boards, so we need to visit them. We did that some time ago already, talking about other games.
And some things have happened.
Something has certainly happened. We left Anna Muzichuk's game after the opening, and I was somehow questioning this idea, c4. It was probably part of her preparation, probably for one game or more, I don't know. But this is very, very solid structure for black, and Anna played exactly what I was suggesting. I thought that c5 is very logical way to continue, especially that you have played b4, c5, and there is no easy way at all for the white knight jump to d5. So white is obliged now to close the center. And we reach some kind of closed positions. It has some resemblance of the King's Indian. So basically it will shift all of the attention to the king side. So the first player who will capitalize on the king side will be controlling the game. So how do you, Tom, feel about this position? Who should be having the upper hand here?
I have a feeling that it seems like on the first glance that white is having actually a little better position, but once you look at it more carefully, you can understand that, well, in order to achieve something, there has to be some pawn break. And the only pawn break that comes to mind for white is f2, f4, which automatically opens up the black squared bishop on g7, and it becomes a very powerful piece, controlling a lot of important squares, as well as giving up e5 square, where if you, let's say, sometime play f4, just to illustrate, here, and now I jump my knight back.
Why that knight? I would want to with the other knight.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
But then again, knight g4, some problems with the h6 pawn might arise. So maybe it's not so simple. How do you think?
Well, maybe I could start with knight bd7, put knight d5, and then go knight fd7.
Even though, on the other hand, I really like this knight on b6. I mean, comparing...
But actually, what I wanted is just to talk about the structure, more or less, about possibilities of breaks here. And that, yeah, not about concrete lines, more or less, because I understand that there might be some actual things. Let's say something like this is what happens.
This is, I think, somewhat favorable for black, but not by a big margin. I mean, she's enjoying this square on e5, but that's clearly not enough. Hope for more. Usually in these positions you still need to make some kind of a break. I mean, unless you can make some kind of a break, some f5, something, the position remains closed. I mean, that's still...
Of course, but definitely it's white is not going to progress here. So it's only black who will try to maneuver their pieces, put rook on e8, put bishop c8, and try to push for something. And because this f4 is like very big question if it's a good break or not. Then it comes to the fact that actually black has some break, which is quite preferable, f5.
Yes, but also I had another idea. I'm not so sure that black wants to move the knight from b6 because it is very active attacking the a4 and c4 weaknesses. On the meantime, this bishop on b3 is very passive. So I thought that maybe it is some possibility for increase some pressure, let's say bishop c8, bishop d7. And it really brings some question, how will you defend the pawn on a4?
Yeah, that's true. Even I play such a simple move as bishop a6 and it automatically ties
or
one more
a6.
piece to c4.
Exactly, yes. So I think that actually white might be obliged to do something very quickly, because if she won't, then she needs to be really careful what's going on the queen side. Maybe if I would be playing white, I would probably want to solidify my position as quickly as I can. So I thought about something like playing queen d3, just to protect the pawn on c4. I want to play bishop, I don't know where, bishop c2 or maybe even bishop d1.
But I will meet your move with bishop a6.
That is another problem. That is another problem. Bishop a6 is a possibility, and Okay, that's why
I don't
Sophie
feel
Millet is thinking right now.
Yes, don't feel comfortable also having this spin, as later on sometime there can be some sacrifices even working on d5.
Yeah. So, but speaking about the Black's plan, I think what is Anna right now thinking, she wants to put the knight on g8 with some potential idea of h5, bishop h6, maybe exchange those bishops and slowly try to gradually improve the position. And look at the clock. I mean, she's so much ahead in time. I mean, half an hour more. This is quite significant.
She's probably confident about her position, and that and she understands that there is not one move which is giving some clear advantage, but it's just a positional advantage, and she can just increase her piece activity, and it's very actually easy for Black still to do some improving moves. Like we see there's...
Well, so far, Anna, okay, we have seen only 1.5 game basically, but she's been demonstrating very confident chess. So she came here with a very clear goal. She wants to win the tournament. She has never done it before. And maybe she wants some kind of a small revenge for that painful loss in the World Cup final. I'm quite sure she wanted to achieve more than the vice champion's title.
Of course.
So we'll see if it will go everything for her as planned. But so far it looks very good for her.
Yes. Okay, let's move on to her game of her sister.
Yeah, board 2. Okay.
Things have definitely gotten more sharp here.
Certainly. I mean, it doesn't mean that this is such a quiet opening. There's always this possibility to spice up things, even in the quietest of the variations. Sometimes it requires assistance of both players. Well, sometimes the other player has no say in this matter. But okay, let's see how this game progressed. We left the game something at this moment, knight e5. Several moves have been made. b5 is quite a standard move here with a very simple threat of b5, b4. So queen e2 makes perfect sense to me. Queen b6 is also a standard position to put a black queen. So all of that is quite normal. And bishop g5. I like this move, bishop g5, really, because it makes this game plan for white look extremely easy. I mean, now I want to play f4, rook f3, rook h3, checkmate you on h7 something. I mean, this is something which you could show to kids. I mean, how to execute a well-thought plan. So I'm not sure, maybe Black made some sort of small inaccuracy before this, but humanly speaking, this position is unpleasant.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not very easy to find what to do. Maybe actually here, it actually comes with a direct threat. I did not see it. Take on f6 or take on d7. I mean, there's a direct threat.
If there was not this threat, Black would probably want to play b4, pushing back the knight, and then maybe even play such a move. Yes, or just play such a move as bishop b5.
Or even bishop b5, right, yes. So bishop c6. I don't know. Well, it shouldn't be a mistake, obviously. f4. Knight c4. Obviously, Black is trying to do something. She's not going to watch that she is being slaughtered here. f5. I assume that rook f3 was too simple, right?
There is still b4 motives in there. There are.
No, f5 is completely understandable. White opens up yet another line. Some potential attack on f6 is in the air. Some bishop takes on f6, let's say, which actually happened in the game. Yes, we are jumping ahead. Rook c7, bishop f6, and now either some knight g4 idea, push the pawn forward, creating some attacking possibilities for white.
But just be careful what's after knight e3 there. Black. Sorry, no, there's knight f6.
Knight e3 is knight f6, yes, intermezzo check, and then we just take the piece. So bishop takes on d4 also won't work for Black. So I'm quite confident that right now Maria is choosing. I mean, she is feeling very confident in this position, and I'm sure that she is choosing something between f takes on e6. f takes on e6, assuming and something is going on h7, something.
I would say that she has made her choice because once you give up the bishop like this on f6, you usually make your choice before.
I think she already played knight g4 while talking about this.
Yes.
So, but this also looks quite interesting and quite sharp, but okay, Maria.
And do we see the blunder which I just did?
Where?
Knight e, or it's not played. It's live here. Ah, sorry.
No. It's not played.
Yeah,
I mean, knight e3 is quite obvious mistake, and now knight takes on f6, followed by some potential queen g4, or maybe immediately queen h5, targeting the very weak pawn on h7. So this really makes a question: did Black develop the pieces in the best possible way? Because all of them are basically like again after a brick wall. I mean, there's a brick wall. All of the pieces are completely shut off, and White has bishop, queen, knight, rook, and the pawn.
Yeah.
Attacking against the king, who has just one bishop defending. So this looks extremely good for Maria.
Yeah, definitely. Just
Unless I'm missing something here, some direct continuation. But I think that Black misplayed this position somewhere around here.
they played for the standard idea, feeling that the fight will be about c-file.
I don't like this bishop c6. To be honest, I mean, this feels a bit slow. Or maybe after f4 you had to make some kind of... well, I cannot raise my hand to make this move. I mean, g6, this looks extremely dangerous. But maybe this was one possible way to stop that march of the pawn.
But I think there is a move like knight g4 now.
Knight g4 and queen d8. That is somehow holding. Well, it does look dangerous, doesn't it?
It does, like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, it does. And it is possible that White can even, I don't know, have some fun and play g4 anyway. I mean, this looks very easy play for White. And like I said before, I like Maria's choice in the opening. Played calm, peacefully after such a stormy game in the first round yesterday. And right now she looks clear favorite to me to start the game with. Not only in the game that started the tournament with 2 out of 2. This attack seems to be extremely powerful. Yeah. So while she is thinking about her
defensive resources,
Black is also down on time for 30 minutes, so she's not in a very pleasant position.
we are moving on to the game where we had the most exciting opening.
I'm not sure what is this. I mean, something is going on here.
I have a feeling that both of the players are way out of their preparation, taking in account their time management.
Probably. Probably you're right. I mean, I already did not sort of like this move, rook b1, but okay, I can understand it. Okay, all of this makes some sense. Very aggressive approach. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Yes.
I like it usually with Black to apply immediate pressure to your opponent, and if you feel that your opponent is not very confident in that position, I try to pressure even more. So this is, of course, a very standard approach by all of the best players who understand how the game should be played at the very top level, and Katrina Lachno is no exception. Of course, she knows how to play great chess, and I think she's doing really fine here. So something went wrong for White here. Not sure. I have to make this confession. I don't know this opening line. I mean, I even don't know how it's called. I mean, maybe White should have played something like Queen D2 and sacrifice the pawn. I have no idea. I mean,
yes, I also have absolutely no idea.
So, but at least what Katrina is doing with Black, this makes perfect sense to me. This position has some kind of a resemblance to the Sicilian Paulsen structures, A6, E6, and thematic B5, while it really raises some eyebrows. What is White doing there? Because his pieces are so awkwardly positioned, have no harmony. I mean, rook B1, knight C3. What is the knight going on C3? So.
But that's one side of the story. But the other thing is that Black are just moving their pawns forward instead of developing pieces.
That is true. Yes, but what is the knight doing on D1? I don't understand really. Queen A2. No, this is certainly in black's favor. I totally don't believe in this position. Here, something has gone horribly wrong for white. Maybe d takes on c5 was already an actual mistake, because after d takes on c5, b4, if you have to play knight e1, this is a very sad position.
Yes, and queen a2 was definitely not the only move for black here. There are even moves like knight e4.
Well, knight e4 was possible with some discovered check, no? b4, b3?
Yes, that's one idea, and simply the queen doesn't have too many squares.
Well, something like this, b3, c3, take, here. This also looks very good for black, certainly. I mean, it's...
It might even work knight b3 now, and taking on a1, followed by knight c2, a1,
yeah,
queen.
probably. Yes, we just sacrifice the queen and taking on a1. And also, this looks extremely good for black. So I wouldn't be surprised that this game will be ending with quite a convincing win for black. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, time travel, I think, is going to be there in this game. So still, things can happen, of course.
But do you see? It's just 10 moves. I mean,
exactly.
It's amazing. I mean, 10 moves, and by the looks, it looks that black is just crushing white. I mean, just by playing some aggressive chess, and well, this is how chess should be played. So, well done.
Well, this is... thanks to my wife, for the last few years, I have been following women's chess way more strongly, and also watching her games and being always very much into it. And I have very much seen this tendency that in women's chess, aggressive approach usually gives very good results, because it's very often met by some attempts to defend, instead of just playing so cold-blooded chess as we often see in some high-level men's tournaments.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can try to switch to some other games which we have not yet followed. So here is one of the Shakhiar Mamediyarov sisters. I think two of them are playing here in Riga. Zeynep Mamediyarova, and against how many times Polish women champion? I'm afraid I did not check it before the live transmission.
We are being told
somebody says 8 times. I mean, still it's not a record, because if I'm not mistaken, Yildiz Betelcemre from Turkey, who is playing on the second row, she is a record 11 times national champion. So that's actually quite something. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So yet another reti. Okay. The general idea of this variation is that white usually tries to avoid any theoretical disputes, but it's not particularly effective against the King's Indian, isn't it? Do you play King's Indian yourself?
No, I don't.
Okay, then
I am not too lucky with the openings today in games, as I am very unfamiliar with them.
Okay, but I've tried it myself with white, this particular setup, and d6. I think c5 equalizes more or less easily. d4, yes, this is also a perfectly playable idea, and I think I've seen this also in my own games. But knight a3. That is one strange move. Yes. Okay, but because usually the knight goes to c3, obviously the pawn is hanging on d4. I think there was some ideas like something like knight c3 immediately. Takes, knight d4. I hope I'm not mixing anything. Something like this.
And what if I had taken with a pawn on d4?
And maybe I'm mixing up variations. Wouldn't be the first time.
No, it's possible that there is knight b5.
Some knight b5.
And some e5 could be met by some e3.
Maybe I'm really mixing up, but this is quite a thematic idea to temporarily sacrifice the pawns. So, okay, but knight a3, that's a different way to continue. But I don't like the position of the knight, because we are always thinking in terms of the future.
White would like to play knight c2 and just to keep it the center stable, but also it's understandable that black are not going to let white do that without any problems.
Yeah, so it's quite understandable decision that Monica has decided to immediately clarify things in the center. So she took on f3, and White decided, okay, I'm not going to sacrifice that pawn, even though it was possible, I think.
Yeah, the same knight b5 is...
Some knight b5 here, and the same idea e5 and bishop a3. Does this work? I'm not
No,
sure.
that's I think made by knight e8.
And a6 looks quite unpleasant. No.
Yeah,
doesn't
I
it?
think e3 could be, although a6 is still
E3,
possible. yeah.
A6, obviously, yes.
No, I
there's-
thought in the without bishop a3, but it's still... This knight is stuck.
You mean without bishop a3? Okay,
Yeah.
here e3. But then I can just take on e3. You have some sort of shattered pawn structure. I'm not sure.
Well, if you
So-
take, I'm gonna enjoy very good activity on light squares.
Will you? I'm not sure. I think that black is perfectly fine here. I mean, that pawn on d6, maybe it's not even relevant. I mean, I can rook d8 and pressure something.
Oh, yes, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. This is at least interesting, but it's understandable, of course, that Zeina Pamediarova did not go for it, as also I don't like it. Bishop d4 obviously is impossible because of very simple knight d7, and black loses the exchange. So bishop c6 is perfectly understandable. But here e5 is very, very aggressive approach. I'm quite sure that computers won't like it. I don't know why.
I like this move. It's fighting for the center. Queen is standing very nicely on e7. You want to play rook a d8 followed by d5.
Yes, but actually the big question is what will happen when you gain this center? Because let's say I'll make some kind of waiting move. Are you really? Is this such a big threat?
Well, I'm gonna start by rook d8. Not
Yes,
to let.
probably.
I'm gonna wait for you to probably play knight c2, as you will have to do that at some point.
Rook d8. Yes, yes. So let's say after rook c1, rook d8. Yes, probably. Yes, you're right.
And it's gonna be something like reversed, some sort of Greenfeld structure, but White has given up their bishop on g2. There can be some problems for the
Okay,
king even
I think
later.
you're right. Yes, I think you might be right. Maybe e5 is not so bad. But I also like this. I start to like this idea because there are some potential possibilities to create some hostilities, followed by queen e6, queen h3, h5, h4, and try to.
That was my point for the bishop being gone. Yeah.
And the knight on a3 is so far away; it is possible to do something there. So h3 was a bit strange move. So I'm not sure why.
Well, it's probably exactly against this idea to always have king h2 against some moves like queen e6.
I think this is better for black. Quite sure. Something like, I don't know, maybe h4, g4, and potentially knight h7.
Yeah, I would even say that it's not if it's better for black, but how much better it is.
Okay. So we'll see how the game will unfold. We switch to the next game. Natalia Buksa from Ukraine. If I'm not mistaken, she is a former world junior champion, under 20. Maybe it was something like 2 years ago, something like that.
Yes,
honestly,
recently, but how many years ago?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yes, so she is a very young and promising player from Ukraine, playing here in Riga against Lela Yakvalashvili. This looks like quite a standard hedgehog. Oh. Okay, but this is actually a bit strange because I was under the impression that in this moment everybody knows that bishop e2 is the most dangerous move here. No, isn't it? Because after bishop
It's
e2,
not so clear because
is it? I don't really.
you have to be willing to play those structures with bishop b4.
Yes, but bishop b4. The problem is I just make a castle. You're not even threatening to take on e4.
Yeah, but I am threatening to destroy your pawn structure.
So the point is, after knight e4, bishop f3, knight c5, knight b3, this is, in my point of view, much more favorable for white, because I want to play bishop a3, queen d4, rook d1. I just easily win the pawn back, so you cannot do that. I have analyzed this variation very recently, and I just couldn't find any good continuation for black. For example, let's say I go for some hedgehog. But the main problem after the hedgehog here, after let's say something like b6, I will just play. I'll try not to mess the order of the moves. Short castle, here, queen d3, d6, f4, knight d7, and b4. Actually, I made this once. Myself, I was playing in Europe in Team Chess Championship in 2000 and what year was that in Iceland? In 15.
Yeah.
Yes, in 2015 we were playing against Croatia. I played with black against Palac Mladen with black, and I just completely crushed with black. I managed to win the game, but I mean, I got the moves like G4, H4. I mean, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawn on the 4th rank, and I just had no space to breathe.
Yes, it was not pleasant to be in your team at that point.
Thank you. Thank you. But I mean, on the serious side, I checked this game, and this is extremely unpleasant for black. I mean, this bishop e2, let's say black goes for the hedgehog. Short castle, queen d3, f4 and b4. I just couldn't find any reasonable game plan for black. I mean, I just don't get the classical hedgehog. So.
Yes, I agree, of course, about this. But yeah, the thing is that I think that you have to be willing to play this structure with double pawns, which...
You mean here after bishop b4?
Yes. And then without taking on e4, just playing d6, knight is going to c5, there is this blockade, and
well, okay, of course, I mean a3 is a perfectly fine move, but I was just under the impression that bishop e2 is so much better, because I have analyzed it quite a lot. So, because I used to play this with black myself, so I do know it quite a bit. Okay, but following the game, Natalia decided to put up the most classical approach. Tom, probably you know it quite all right with white, because I saw you scoring quite a nice win in German Bundesliga against Zoltan Almashi.
Yeah, I am very much enjoying playing this structure with white. As, there are quite a lot of poisonous ideas in my opinion, and my results there are very close to 100% from white side, to be honest.
So what is usually the standard idea for white here?
The most classical approach is, of course, to play, like in the game, rook c1, knight d7, b4, actually, queen d2, rook a... This is, I would say, just the most classical, rook c2. Yeah, I mean, this game is developing in very standard manner.
So where is the h5, h4, h3 maneuver? Because this is quite a thematical idea. I know that another Khan expert, Aloysius Kvenis, has been advocating. You just post the h-pawn. I mean, it's perfectly all right for you. So I'm not so sure it's so easy.
Well, that's why there are some other tricky lines. Like, this is the classical approach, which is supposedly giving a slight edge for white, but it's not so clear after a while what to do. I myself am very much preferring to play here queen d2.
And put the rook f to c1, right?
Rook to f to c1. And the idea is that also h5 can be met by something like this.
Okay.
And so it's never going to be dangerous, and this pawn will just become a weakness.
Okay, so this looks quite nice. And what's the actual position in the game? It seems that both of the players have reached quite a standard position. Black usually positions the bishop on c7, targeting for some d6, d5 breakthrough, which might happen and which might not.
Okay, yeah, so bishop g1 to protect on h2, bishop a8, maybe sometimes preparing for b5.
I think that very often this variation black just runs out of moves, because he just has to attack something and wait. Yes, rook c8, rook d8, do something maneuver.
I think that's... I have a feeling that rook d8 should be a mistake, which could be met by b5 right now.
And what is the idea?
Idea is to take the pawn.
Okay, I see that, but let's say I play a5. Can you elaborate?
And I play knight c6.
Oh, okay, on b6.
And you're forced to take.
And knight c5?
And this structure is usually very much considered to be good for white. Now, question is how to...
Because the pawn on c6 might be hanging in some variations, queen a8. But okay, but I mean, this idea is very nice. I mean, b5. It's not very obvious if you don't know such ideas.
Yeah, it's of course, it's very hard to come up with it at the board, because it really always feels like you're going to lose this pawn.
Okay.
But somehow with precise moves, it's often working. But perhaps at this moment, yeah, it doesn't, because it could be that after this knight on a4 is a little bit like hanging, and it could be that there is even knight c5 straight away.
Yeah, knight c5 looks perfectly playable. What is the actual position right now in the game? Can you go to the final position?
Sorry. So you play here, 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 and we are having.
So it looks like white is enjoying some obvious space advantage, but it's very easy to lose track. How should you play here? I mean, a5, b5, or c5, and black is just staying behind a brick wall and hoping to endure it.
Yes, but I think that here white has already achieved a lot. Black is failing to create any real way to prepare d5.
Yeah.
I haven't encountered myself somebody playing rook c d8. It just seems very very strange, because the bishop is always going to be weak on c7, and you won't be able to push d5 now.
Okay, I see.
And soon there will come such a classical motive, I think, like a5, ba, b5.
Okay, yes, like you played against Almashi. Yes, I think it was in your game.
I didn't play b5.
Okay.
Because it would have been more crushing than actually what I played, but even
a5, b takes, and b5. Okay,
Yeah.
I see, and then do something on the b line. Yes, that is certainly interesting. So, what else is there from the top boards which we have not yet paid attention? There is the Elizabeth Petz playing from Germany against Gunay Mamadzada, and okay. There's some fun going on. I like this. Okay, bishop g5.
so we're seeing some.
So you probably should know quite a lot about this variation. I think you do play it yourself.
Not particularly like this.
Not queen e2.
Yes, not so much.
Okay.
But well, this is considered to be very
Looks
like the
standard.
main thing for you.
But this g takes on f6, I'm not so sure that this is such a common move, because usually, at least according to some old theory, which I happen to know something, usually is something like knight f6, and then g5, knight d7, f5 is the main motive here.
Aren't
Something like bishop g5 here, and
Aren't you confusing a little bit?
probably, yeah. It won't be the first time.
This is exactly this position, just with the queen on f3 is the common thing.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. But I mean,
But maybe it's also working here, and there is
I don't
just
know.
some.
I mean, why shouldn't it? Because I'm threatening to take on e6 and queen h5, so I think the motive is more or less the same. You have to make some kind of a castle and drop the pawn back. So maybe not. I don't know. But maybe on queen f3, well, on queen on f3, I don't waste the tempi with knight e5. So
Well, knight e5 is met by queen h5. That's the point.
maybe
That's-
there's no
so-
difference. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know what's the actual theory in this moment, but g takes on f6 is the point that black wants to keep the knight on d7 so that there is no g5. Well, it doesn't look like it's stopping white. She's going h4 anyway, and this is quite nice maneuver. I like these ideas. The point is, white plans to play rook h3 at some moment, very quickly double the rooks on the third rank, potentially on d3, potentially makes impossible to make long castle.
I think that rook d3 is not really so. The main idea is simply to take the rook out of the a8 h1 diagonal and really to support knight on c3 and to have all those motives of putting rook on c3.
So there is certainly some action going on, and I would say the game is very much double-edged. So maybe we can quickly see some other games. For the local fans, we'll once again look what's going on in Ilze Berzinya's game against Jolanta Zawadzka. We left the game at this moment, knight f8,
Queen b3.
queen b3. Okay.
She chose not to put knight on f3, but to play for some activity on the queen side. And now from very calm position, it has become very complex.
Very complex position because I understand White's strategic idea. She wants to put the knight from b5 to d4 now that there is this possibility to attack the weakness on e6, and potentially the knight on g6 is bad. But on the other hand, if this position might go into an endgame, then black has just a passed pawn. So
Yes, and e5 pawn is very hard to protect as
yeah,
well.
it's not easy. Yes, so Ilse is still fighting, and so maybe another one of the top games we can quickly have a look at before we jump back to the top games. What is this? Okay, there's something. Lilith Galoyan playing against Bela Kotanashvili.
There's a king in the center, so that's always promising
That
for
is
us.
very, very promising, yes. Okay, let's see, how did that happen? Okay, e6, that is interesting. I know, actually, I've seen this trend. It's quite a popular idea. Very often, a switch from some kind of Queen's Indian structures to King's Indian. So, for example, I play something like knight f3. I'm sorry. Yes, it's obviously black to move. Something like knight f3, b6, let's say a3. At some moment, I can easily jump to g6. It's some kind of new trend. I'm not so familiar with that, but very often black is willing to waste one tempi to jump to g7 instead of e7. And here we see something vice versa. I mean, black played g6 and now she plays e6. So, but I don't know, maybe this is still completely playable. Probably yet another variation which I'm not completely aware of, but that is completely forgivable because there are so many variations out there, you cannot know all of them. So, okay, let's see what happened here. Okay. Very tasty pawn on a7. It is completely understandable.
Very hard time to say something.
So do I, because this is not the average game you would be seeing. But isn't black losing material here?
Yes.
I have this feeling because I don't know, honest. It's so difficult to just jump into the game immediately. Say it's like I have this my grandmaster's opinion that on move 13, white made an inaccuracy worth of 0.5 pawns. I mean, this is not so obvious at all.
This is what I was saying before about these choices of more positional approach, because there, by general standards, more or less, often you can say that your evaluation or opinion. But in position like this, it's mainly about pure calculation.
Yeah, and also it depends on the general feeling, how your pieces are connected together. But it's very, very double-edged position. Maybe computer will laugh about us, but well, okay. But by the first look, it looks completely dynamic and interesting position. But I think that
It looks bad for black, I think. They are way too slow with development. This knight on h5 is out of game, kind of.
let me see move by move. I'll try to understand what's going on here. Okay, I assume that knight h5 and c5 is some kind of opening preparation. It looks logical. The knight on h5 is not falling. Black is applying immediate pressure on the center. Sense. Bishop b5 makes sense to make a pin on the knight. C takes on d4. Very difficult to say immediately was that good or bad.
Well, the problem is that black can't develop bishop g7, as knight will be without squares.
Yeah, you're right. Bishop g7 will be met by g4, but and this is actually a big problem because right now g4.
Knight f6.
Knight
We are
f6.
losing queen after bishop f4.
I think she might have missed this. because maybe she was concentrated on the bishop d4 threat. And suddenly, after bishop f4, you're losing the queen. Absolutely correct. So after short castle, I assume she was planning something like g takes on h5 and what, d4? Does it work? No.
Well, I guess it does.
My calculation is very bad, but I calculate until the end, and it seems that black somehow made it happen.
But that's why it's logical to...
Yes, we take on c6 and bishop d4. Was it possible to take the piece immediately? Here, g takes on h5? I think it was, but then the queen takes on h5.
Yeah, it's like you're just improving a little more.
So bishop d4, it's a safe bet that the queen has to go. Okay, maybe I can make some kind of intermezzo rook a, but then I just take
yes, and your
queen
whole
a8.
rook down.
Yeah, so something like
Queen g5 maybe. No, but then it's h4. No, h4 is meant by bishop d4.
Look at this version. h4? Do I checkmate you? No? No, I don't.
Still
No, I don't. Bishop
d4.
d4 and queen g7. That's too
So
bad.
probably queen g5 will be played.
Okay. Queen g5. Let's assume I'll take on h5.
Well, of course, I can still play h4.
Oh, wait. I think it's actually been played in the game while we were talking about the beauties of this position. Here, h4. No, it has not. We missed,
h4 has been played.
we missed some moves here. h4, if I'm not mistaken, bishop d4 and queen d4. This is the actual position.
No.
Isn't it?
Yes.
I
you're
think
right.
it is. I think
Yeah.
it is. Yes, but this looks bad for black.
Piece is just falling.
Yeah, piece is just falling. I take on h5, and the activity of black pieces is certainly not enough. There's just no activity.
There are no pieces. There is not even a pawn for this piece.
Yeah. So this looks like a crushing win for white. A bit unexpected, I would say. So I think that
Yes.
Bela Kononashvili was a favorite in this duel. So okay. Do we need to make some break before we return for the top boards, or do it later?
We can still take a look at the top
Okay,
boards.
maybe we
and
can have a look at some couple of top games, and then we'll make some short break.
just
and-
before the time trouble is approaching.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So let's go back to the tournament. Main favorite Anna Muzachuk, who is so far being showing extremely confident chess. What you can judge from 1.5 rounds so far. And the game progressed as follows. We left the game at this
It
moment.
actually progressed exactly as we were analyzing.
Yeah, f4. I felt it. I mean, that you have to play f4, otherwise, what are you doing here? Another idea which I was having was maybe I shouldn't be, if I was playing with white, I shouldn't be rushing, play queen d3, bishop a6, and maybe then proceed with the same idea. But maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same. So f takes. F4, e takes on f4. Obviously, black wants to take, otherwise, white will just march forward with f4, f5, and this bishop g7 is one big pawn, so you don't want to do that.
And now knight bd7, as expected.
Yeah, knight bd7, lifting the pressure from the a4 and c4 pawns. So I would say that white will make a good use of it and very quickly bring the bishop into play from b3. No. What do you think?
You mean like, but where?
I don't know, something like bishop c2 and b3.
Is it really in a game on c2? And the problem with move b3 is that you automatically weaken c3 square. And you have to start to be worried about moves like bishop c3, potentially.
But I think it's very concrete. I mean, here, okay, maybe bishop. I like this bishop c2 because potentially I have some ideas of e5 and
Well,
do
of course, yeah.
some hostilities there.
Well, now knight e5. is
Knight
probably-
e5 and b3. So that is my point. I
but
think this is quite equal, actually.
it's an interesting idea which probably doesn't work, but there was a possibility to take on e5. No, sorry. There is knight hanging on g3. I'm blundering again.
Okay, so you were suggesting bishop takes on e5, knight f3, and if the knight was not hanging, then e4, e5
Yes.
makes some break. Okay.
But as it's not possible, then yeah.
Okay, but I think this is quite a dynamic balance because as much as I like black's position, I cannot imagine for him to make easy progress here because, like I said, you need to make some kind of pawn breakthroughs in order to make it happen. But still, I mean, this is a long game ahead, and both of the players can try to provoke his opponent to do something irrational in the time trouble. So we'll certainly be returning for this game. So,
But my intuition is saying that Black is enjoying themselves quite a lot.
probably yes. I think that Black is perfectly fine here, and there is. In her younger sister's game, Maria is doing quite all right with White, and we left the game at this moment after Bishop G5, F4, F5. After Knight G4, we felt that there's a very dangerous attack going on for White. Bishop G5 makes perfect sense. I mean, I want to do something. F takes and F6.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so but it made me question, was there some possibility to play H5? Probably not. Probably is too slow. I mean, a very, very basic idea. If the knight goes away, I take on E3 and do something there. But this feels a bit...
I even just might play
Rook
knight,
F5, no?
knight F2, as there is Queen H5 mate threats.
Also, Knight F2 is a possible, but also thought Rook F5, so this looks very, very dangerous for Blacks. Obviously, she didn't play it. F6, it's quite obvious that White is much, much better in this position because she is enjoying not only healthy extra pawn on E6, and Black still has to waste time to win it, but the attack is still going. So
Yeah, sure, and
B3 and Queen F2, I like this move. The idea is just H4.
yeah, I wanted to say that this bishop on G5 is very suspicious there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the current position.
Well, this is definitely the correct plan for Black to play B4 and bishop B5, I think, here, but the question is if it's not too late already.
I think that White is much, much better here, but the question is by how big margin. So the plan for Black, I think that Black has found basically the only reasonable counterplay she could have found.
Idea is Rook C7, Bishop D3.
No, I think the idea is to exchange the bishops and gain the E4 square, and somehow.
But you're losing material.
Where? Rook C7?
Yeah.
And what about Queen C7?
Bishop B5,
I don't follow you. Knight B5?
H4.
No H4. Okay. You're still obviously threatening to play H4. Okay, I see. Okay. It's
Because
too simple.
after the simple exchange on B5, you can take on C1, Queen B5, and after H4 there will be Bishop H4, and Knight on E2 will be hanging.
Okay, I see.
But Rook C7, Bishop D3, and Black has very good control on white squares.
Yes, but you're lacking so much material. This doesn't strike me as a position where you are enjoying compensation with Black. Well,
Just don't forget that after H5, our knight doesn't have any moves.
neither has the bishop after H4. So I don't know. Maybe that is the idea for Black. So let's for a brief moment look at this position. Maybe there's maybe let's try to exclude some variations, because after Rook takes on C7, like you said, after Queen takes on C7, Bishop takes on B5.
AB could be the move probably.
It seems to be, yes. H4. The bishop has nowhere to go. Knight E4.
Queen E1.
Maybe even Queen F5 is also a possibility.
Yes, that's could be true.
And on D5 is hanging E6, E7 checks. No. This is very, very bad. So after probably Rook takes on C7,
Bishop D3.
Bishop takes on D3, trying to confuse the matters.
Probably Rook C1 has to be played back.
Can I somehow continue my attack? Probably I can't. Can I double the rooks? Rook F to C1.
94.
Knight E4, now bring everything I have. There's some checkmate. I feel it. Something like Queen F5. Can I do that?
G6.
No? Why immediately G6? I wanted you to take on E2 so that I could show you my checkmating abilities. So I don't know, something like, it feels that something is here.
Well, queen d5 could be simple
Queen
enough.
d5, e7, or
Yes.
queen d5, something is there.
Queen-
Okay, but you wanted to not allow it, but I still am take on d5, no? Where's the?
Ah,
I still
yeah,
take.
that's true.
So
so
this
it's-
looks quite nice. I mean, let me check it. Rook f to c1. Of course, knight e4 is not a.
And after h5, you're playing h4, yeah? If I understood correctly.
Yeah, I think so. H5, even though there are some. I was having some funny variations, other lines, knight e5, but here they obviously don't work.
You can include rook c6, but does it give something? I don't know.
That is a very good question. I feel this will end very quickly. Probably h4. Yes. h4, knight e4 is met with the same idea of queen f5. Let's assume I take.
And I take once again.
Take once again. Now, do we have a luxury to make some beautiful moves?
I think not so much. There's just queen h7.
Because the point is rook f7, rook c8 check, and you lose something there. I don't know. King h7 and now rook c1 to h1 somehow. Okay, maybe
Even
I'm
that is
just
still not enough.
maybe not. No, okay. H5, h4. What is the actual position? Maria is still thinking here, I think. I don't see her on the video, so I don't know what is the current.
No, but this is the correct person.
Is
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Is it?
We don't, not
No,
what
that
we
is
are
our-
having, but
No, that is our position, no? Or is it? I'm a bit confused here.
this is after bishop b5. That's what we have now, and white is thinking.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, rook takes on c. Yes, we can see the board. Rook c7 is not being played here. So I'm fairly sure that Maria will calculate all of this because this is extremely tempting. Queen c7 is not, in my point of view, and you probably will agree, not very difficult variation to calculate. Knight e4 is easily met with queen f5. You can calculate that. So probably what she's, I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong. I would imagine she's trying to understand what's going on after h5.
Yes, probably.
h5,
And
h4,
but-
and just to make sure.
there are even such interjections like e7 in this position, already pushing this pawn to 7th rank, and just feels like something should be there.
Okay, I'll keep my grandmaster's opinion to myself, but should be winning for white. Just a general feeling. Okay, what happens here? It seems that in the game Julia Osmak versus Katrina Lachno, at least white did not get crushed after the opening, because at one moment it looked quite bad.
Yeah.
So, but she just gave up the pawn and continued to play like nothing happened. I mean, that's perfectly normal. I mean,
And I had to know that they both sped up their game quite a lot, as each player had half an hour after move 10, and now they have done some 7 more moves.
but look at this. I really like this approach. I mean, white plays b3, so sometimes a player might think, okay, I just won a pawn in the opening. What should I do? I should immediately go for the endgame or exchange all of the pieces. Maybe I should finish the development, but not Katrina Lachno. So she just continues to pressure for more. I mean, I go knight e4. I immediately want to punish my opponent. I want to make a good use of the weak c3 square. Maybe I want to play g5, g4, immediately try to punish you, that you dare to sit against me. I mean, this is the right attitude, which I always enjoy to see, that people are not happy with the minimal material advantage, that they always strive for more. I mean, this is a very, very nice way to play, and certainly black is enjoying huge advantage, not material advantage only, but also the attack is very, very dangerous. So what did happen here?
Well, black has a possibility to pick up another pawn.
Well, but why didn't she take it? That's a very good question. So what's wrong with bishop takes on f3, and the king is exposed, isn't it? takes.
But there are no other pieces to follow up, and maybe she felt like some move like c3 now
C3.
might create some counterplay. Black is still not developed.
Do you think that a move like C3 can create a counterplay?
In this particular position, I think it can.
Okay. C3. I don't know. Maybe I can just make a castle even. Let's say castle. I just don't want to hand over the initiative to white. C takes and the bishop. Bishop E7 maybe.
An idea being b5 now.
Okay, I see your point. Yes, and bishop E4 is the threat. So okay, it's not so simple at all.
So maybe it's the right choice. You are enjoying one pawn advantage, so you're finishing developments.
Yeah, I agree. D6. Okay, and the threat is also E5, E4.
That's also very concrete.
So after D6, not sure what white should do here. Probably retreat with the bishop, just in case to stop this threat. E5, and I can always protect the knight on F3. But if I was white here, I would probably think, how can I complicate matters? Because if I'll play from this moment onwards classical academic chess, I'm just down a pawn. So I need to do something. I need to try to complicate matters. I need to somehow make my opponent's life as difficult as possible. So I'm not sure if bishop e2 is the way to go. So I probably think that.
Yes, and especially if your opponent in the previous move already didn't take material, so you can have a feeling that she's not planning to do that. So maybe some motive like c3 once again could be played.
C3 looks interesting. Well, certainly, I would. What I would like to do at this moment, I would like to try to drag my opponent into time trouble, to make him difficult decisions, because that is a very good approach. That when you are in a very bad position, or maybe just a general approach, that you don't want your opponent to find easy moves. You want him to struggle. You want him to choose between one good continuation or other continuation where the continuation is not so simple. So let's say bishop e2, it basically forces the queen to go.
Yes.
It's very easy to play, and then the queen goes and black finishes development. So, but let's say something like move c3, it asks many questions for black. Will you take on f3? Can you play e5, e4? What happens after c takes on b4? I mean, it's from a practical point of view, I would probably try something like this.
And visually, it's also opening rook on a4, which can maybe later sometimes have some ideas of attacking the queen.
Yeah, maybe we can quickly have a look at one of the top games on the board 4, Nana Dzagnidzhe against Olga Babi. And after this game, we'll make a short break and we'll return you in something like 5 minutes. So let's see where we left the game here. We left the game right after the opening. I said that the plan for here is, to put the queen on e3 and knight on d4. It actually reminded me, there was some very interesting idea, this move h3. There was a very interesting idea to put the knight on h2. I've seen some ideas. Knight h2 and put the knight on g4, possibly exchanging a pair of knights and making those pawn on b6 more vulnerable. So I've seen in several games. I cannot remember, unfortunately, who was the grandmaster who played it, but it was quite an interesting new idea, and I wanted to employ it also myself. But of course, I mean, knight d4 is the classic approach, rearranging the pieces from the e1 and d1, and this moment
we're seeing kind of a waiting game.
Yeah, it's not very easy for white to find a very direct continuation. The computer says it's just better for white, but yes, but how to capitalize? I mean, because f4 is almost always met by e5. And there's some direct pressure on the e4 pawn. So what else to do? There's yet another possibility. You can go g4 with the idea to play g5 because of these knights. They are like not helping each other. After g4, g5, this knight has no good squares to go. But this is very often maybe not in this position, but very often met by e5 typical ideas, and knight goes to e6 and f4, which leads to a very double-edged position. So maybe that was the reason why Nana Dzagnidzhe did not play this immediately, and she decided to make some waiting moves, queen d3. Not sure exactly what is the point of this move, but usually white has this
Could be
luxury.
also to avoid some d5 ideas, as queen was under a pin there.
Yeah, but in this position, I think white usually has the luxury to wait. I mean,
Yes, that's
there's
true.
nothing going on. I mean, black is not threatening to play d5, b5.
Although I must say that she has spent a lot of time, and with being so short on time, it's very hard to make a decision for some break.
Yes,
Then it's possible that we will see some waiting game moving around till move 40, and only then we'll see some concrete decision.
Yes. So rook d2. I don't know. Maybe just for some clarity, I was thinking it is possible for the white knight from d4 go to f3. Maybe push e4, e5, even though it is completely understandable, but that first white wants to pressure a bit the weakness on d6 before exchanging it. But this idea g6 is quite standard here for black.
And knight f3, I must say, can be met by b5 as well.
That is, yes, you are probably absolutely right. Yes, b5 and the weakness on e4 might tell, even though you have to calculate what happens after e5 counter-strike. I mean,
Of course, it's very concrete. And
yeah. So we'll probably leave this game where it is right now, and we'll make a short break. I hope you're enjoying this broadcast. Hope you're having fun as much as we are. I mean, there are so many exciting games right now going on here live from Riga. If you have any questions, please write them at the official YouTube stream. We'll try to answer them. And
we will be back for some probably way more action, the most interesting part of the game, time trouble.
yes, because the time trouble is approaching very fast. Yes, thank you for watching us, and see you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And we are back live from Riga, broadcasting the European Women's Chess Championship from the lovely Latvian capital city. With me right now is a guest. Probably most of you already know who it is. It is the well-known chess grandmaster Emil Satovsky, who also happens to be ACP president. Hi, Emil.
Hi, Artur. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Actually, it is not the first time we come in together with Artur. We have a nice experience going back in 2013 when there was a ACP Rapid Championship, ACP Cup here staged in Riga, and that was pretty impressive event with a lot of top players, and Artur was one of the star commentators there.
Thank you. Yeah, that was fun. I remember.
Anyways, we probably should get back to the games. They're approaching the time trouble stage, and we will probably start with the top board, which is Sophie Millier from France playing Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's the position we have updated on screens.
We left this position here. I and Doms were thinking about this position that White had to play f4 in order to do something, and we left it here after knight b to d7, and we thought that the position is about equal. Well, Black has this weakness on e5, but I thought that it's not very easy to capitalize on that.
I'm a bit puzzled why Anna did play knight b d7 and not knight fd7.
Maybe knight g4 was the concern, and there's some problems with h6 weakness. Even though h6,
Right,
h5.
but you can play h5. I mean, that looks like knight fd7 is of course typical, and if you go knight f3, it would be, in comparison to what happened in the game, would be much better for Black, of course. Maybe knight g4, maybe knight f5, no problem, knight f5 wouldn't work. Because
maybe there's some, bishop c2, you need to prepare that.
Something concrete, maybe knight g4, attacking.
h5 and then knight f5.
And then knight f5,
Wow.
something like that. Actually, Sophie Millier is a brilliant attacking player. She has never been really somewhere near the top of European, let alone the world chess, but she has been constantly one of the top French players, and she has been constantly able to put a good fight against a higher-rated player. She's a very dangerous attacking player. So she's now 2360 or something, but she obviously is capable of playing much, much stronger.
I think we don't even need to check this line, because g takes f5, e takes on f5. This looks extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I believe that was a reason for Anna not to play it. I'm not sure how bad it is objectively, but it looks very
some
dangerous.
f6, bishop c2
F6
also.
Yeah, and after queen h4, bishop g5 is also very dangerous. So probably that was the reason for Anna not to play it. Maybe after knight g4, still something like knight e5, but then h6 is hanging, c4 is hanging. Maybe that would be, sometimes I for myself have drawn the conclusion that if you have a strategically best solution, which is undoubtedly knight fd7, you have to try to make it work for a long time before rejecting it. So, because knight bd7, it already means that Black sort of goes to passive, and here.
Yeah, and he relieves the pressure on the queen side, so the bishop can come into play.
And here c4 pawn is very big, so I would consider it 10 times before rejecting it. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So maybe knight goes to e5, it would have been not too bad.
I think there's some fun starting after knight takes on h6.
Or bishop e5 is also interesting.
E5.
Making sure that you take with
and you have to take with the pawn.
Yeah, you have to take with the pawn, but maybe it's not that bad. If I'm in time to play knight c8, d6, I would be better as Black. But if I'm not, I could lose also very quickly with d6 and knight f5.
Yeah.
It is very dangerous, but I don't know what would be the objective.
I think also bishop takes on h6 is possible, and then after knight takes on c4, go somewhere with the queen. Not sure exactly where. Queen c1. But there's knight d3. Is there?
Knight c4, this knight to c4.
No. I thought knight b to c4, so that there's some fork on d3 available. No.
Right. But after knight e4, I can take on b2 somewhere to sacrifice exchange and to play dark square strategy. Anyways, that was a principal decision, although we cannot know if it was any good. Anyways, Anna played knight bd7, more solid choice, but I would say less principled. Knight to g8, knight to h1, remarkable move. Knight goes to f2 and then to g4 and d3.
So I assume no breakthroughs in the center were possible here instead of knight h1, no e5. Yes, probably not.
Probably not. Just take on e5, and it's hard to see what can you achieve there.
Yeah.
Knight e5. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was necessary either. Maybe. Okay, takes. Also, here is a lot. Actually, there was quite an important choice with every move. Let's say here d takes e5 would not be a stupid decision.
I'm a bit surprised by that knight h1. I thought that white first needs to free the bishop from b3 because I certainly understand that bishop needs to be improved. Bishop c2 and potentially knight from g3 might jump to f5 in some very soon to become variations. But after knight h1.
True, but maybe bishop c2, knight e5. That was something that she didn't want it.
Probably yes, but that looks quite human decision. Maybe b3, just play peacefully. Knight takes on f3. You still have to consider g takes on f3, which is also changing the shift from the f line to g line. Maybe that was a possibility.
Yeah, that was possible. And anyways, what happened in the game? I think here somewhere Anna went wrong because it looked pretty much okay for black. Once again, DE would have come into consideration. I don't know. Then queen d6, bishop c8, and trying to play for f5. Bishop f5, knight f2, bishop e5, knight f2, and here suddenly black faces some problems because knight goes to d3 or to g4. And what Anna played is not something that would inspire me. Taking on f4 and playing f6. I mean, it is. Yes, she stopped e5 for a while, but it is a concession in a long time.
Yeah. There's just no way she's going to activate the knight on g8 without consequences. Theoretically, it is possible. Queen goes something g5, knight e7, knight g6, knight e5, but this is not going to happen.
Yeah, bishop should come to c8 to cover this e6. Well, I wouldn't say that black is in trouble, but it is definitely worse for black.
It feels like there might be some thematic breakthrough e4, e5. Maybe I will do follow my initial idea bishop c2 just to make something on g6 happen, and then a proper moment strike e4, e5. So at the moment, yes, it doesn't look like Anna is in the driving seat.
No, definitely not.
Yes.
But we also should not forget that time trouble phase actually approaches, and we shall see. I don't know if we can ask our operators to show us a picture from
I think we can.
the position.
Yes,
Maybe we will ask them to show us the actual position on the screen, because the position we see now, it is from, I remind you again, 15 minutes delay from the tournament hall. So Anna is thinking, we can see Anna is thinking, but what was the move?
I think bishop c2 has been played here.
Bishop is on c8, right?
Bishop c2 stands.
And bishop c2.
Yes, and Anna is right now thinking.
Well, it's not clear how white will manage to break through, but black has to think about regrouping, and it's not an easy task. Also, the queen would ideally go to g7 probably, but she can't go because d6 is hanging.
But there's one big problem. What to do with the threat e4, e5? So I don't exactly follow what to do here. Because there's on g6 very, very serious threat, knight g6, knight e5, queen g6, and okay, maybe there is nothing direct, but it's difficult for black to understand what is real and what is phantom threat. So.
No, definitely, I don't like black's position, and I think Anna should be looking for some way to change it in.
I'm not sure
into the time troubles phase, because otherwise, if it gets to a position where white can slowly improve, it would not be a nice
I
position.
think the very direct threat right now is knight f4 and e5. So that is a very direct threat,
yes.
Which should be immediately addressed. So just making some kind of elimination method. The king cannot move. The black queen obviously cannot move. The rooks make no sense to move. So what is there to move for black? I just fail to see any move here, basically.
Yeah, let's try to think if we have to play as black. And she played some move, which is what we will see now. We just saw on our screen that she made some move, but what could be the move?
I don't know. Can we zoom the camera maybe closer? Is it possible?
We will ask our operators to show us. Yes, and then what was the move? King to g7, probably? Was it?
Uh,
Yes, king g7.
Seems to be.
It looks, at least it looks more or less logical than after knight f4.
She wants to play g5, I think,
Yes,
no?
she can play g5
Yeah.
and no more check.
Okay. Yeah, probably that was the only move here.
So king g7. Now, yeah, we are. Okay, one
E5.
one move
Just
which is asking for itself is
Certainly.
e5.
E5. Yes.
But I know from myself that I used to miss a lot of points going to a direct kill instead of slowly building up the position. So e5 is definitely a move to be considered, but I'm not sure yet.
It's just one move, f takes on e5, because d takes on e5 is knight c5, and you cannot. Knight c5 is the check. Okay, missed that.
It's not-
Okay, you're right.
Not that clear, because let's say you can play knight f4. It looks like absolutely devastating, but maybe black is still kicking here. Let's say after g5.
I can just take the exchange.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to take an exchange and
Exchange, bishop f, or maybe queen d3.
yeah, queen d3. I can
Yeah.
play. If I cannot play f5, it would be bad. But I can play f5. You will attack my pawn. Yeah, it looks bad. What are other options? Maybe we're too quick for our spectators. So let's try to slow down with e5.
So what's wrong with f takes on e5?
Let's try f takes a5.
Too bad there is no automatic queen sacrifice. Queen takes on g6, double check and something, but unfortunately, yes.
No,
two
there is no
pieces.
direct mate. Let's show our spectators why. So take with a pawn. But maybe something like rook e5, I don't know.
Queen d6.
Yeah, probably black will be in time.
Somehow it
Yeah,
holds.
and there is no mate. There is no mate. Okay, if I start with check.
Now queen g7. would be
Yes,
possible.
that's what I wanted to show. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here I can play. Can I?
But then on rook on
Rook takes
e8.
e8. Maybe that's
But I take on check on f1.
take, and then check on f8, and then queen
Or
g7.
queen f6 also is a possibility.
Yeah.
Yes, so that doesn't work.
So there was no direct win for white, as I mentioned that it can be the case. Of course, white can build up in different ways, actually. And she plays b3. Very
I like this.
slow move. Well,
I mean, this is a very ugly position to play in the time trouble. Just b3 is something which Anna probably did not consider at all. I mean,
yeah, but Anna has more time, so that's not the main problem of hers. She can play g5 now, let's say, releasing it a bit. At least there are no more threats of the kind. And it will take ages before you will create the threats over this diagonal. Of course, if you can imagine opening it up and providing your queen with an opportunity to come to h7, it would be dangerous. But I mean, if she survives it now, it would not be that bad for her. I mean, of course, white is better, but there is nothing dramatic.
yeah, okay, I missed this very simple move g5, but maybe she had to still play e5, use the opportunity to open up this diagonal.
No,
and
but we didn't say direct win once again. Maybe h4 was also a decent move to start.
And after g5,
applying
just take on
pressure.
g5.
Yeah, maybe to take and then something knight f4. Hard to say. Anyways, king g7 was a smart move, and b3. Well, b3 is a bit too slow to my taste. Of course, it doesn't spoil much, but maybe it is a bit too slow. g5. What are other moves? We cannot say.
Probably as g5 is the only move here.
Probably it's time to switch and to see if there are more interesting games on the top boards, because otherwise we are going to be stuck here. with our
Last we
games.
were looking at Maria's Muzachuk position. We thought that she was technically winning, and right now it.
Now we will switch to this board.
Yeah, we left this position at this moment. I and Toms were thinking about what's wrong with rook c7, which actually Maria played, and we thought that black has to try bishop takes on d3, but we did not even consider this because we thought that h4 is decisive, but we missed bishop h6 apparently. A very simple move.
Yeah, but white is pawn up.
Yes, white is a pawn up.
I'm a bit skeptical about the decision to swap queens. I mean, it looked so winning without it. Let's say queen
knight
f5, knight f4.
Knight f4 completely.
It looked like the game should finish like within a couple of moves. Instead, she goes for a queen trade. But knight h5. Rook f5.
Maybe she missed something. Maybe she missed that the knight from c3 very quickly jumps to the defense of the f6 pawn or meets rook e8.
But it would not help much, like knight takes f6. I mean, it should be lost anyways. But we'll have two pawns up, and pawn on h6 is hanging.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's basically over. I mean, she could have won it quicker, but the position is hopeless for black. Any other games? What about Lagna?
Well, Lagno had a very, very interesting played opening. Maybe, Emil, very quickly, in a few words, you can say a couple of words. What is called this? What is this?
Yeah, this is a line which became trendy in the last couple of years. Is bishop f4, and somehow black was not able to refute it concretely. What Lagno is trying to do in this game actually, because recently black had played a lot of g6 stuff, e6 stuff, just transposing to some slower lines. What Lagno is trying to do is to question the whole concept of white. But this knight is a theory actually, and it is considered to be like white can parry all the threats of this. And but rook b1 is
that felt strange.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, that is not in line with the whole concept. I would believe a3 is the main move here.
All right, queen b2 and knight a4
Queen
is
b2
the
is
idea.
knight a4, and
Yes.
a3 is more useful than rook b1. It covers the square on b4, so you don't have cd and bishop b4 and so on. And then just to develop naturally with knight f3, bishop d3.
Yes, but then Katerina's idea completely paid off because her opponent played rook b1. She just completely got a much better position after the opening.
Yes, and at the stage we have this position, which is very good for black, obviously, maybe more than that.
But I think it's a material equality right now, no?
Yes, but the bishop on e4 is.
But it was a very crushing position for Katerina.
This I didn't see before.
It was basically this position. Black is enjoying. There was this moment when she played very aggressively. The opening, she just took the extra pawn.
She had it just pawn up.
Yeah, and the knight was jumping to e4, c3, queen h5, and I had this feeling this game will end very quickly. And here she, for some reason, hesitated to take on f3. I and Toms, we thought that maybe because of some counterplay c3 and she's somewhat behind in development, and maybe she just started to play a bit too slow, too undecisive.
Yes, it seems so, because the position we have on board now is better for black, but clearly not over. If we can zoom in, we could have the latest moves.
And she's actually low on time, just 1 minute on the clock,
Yes.
15 moves. So
Yeah, that would be actually sort of. Katerina is very good in rapid plays, though. She was a women's world rapid champion a few years ago. But still, it's not a reason to be only on 1 minute. And actually, the position, if you compare it with the previous one, I mean, white definitely made a huge progress.
yes, I'm actually not so sure that this is worse for black anymore, because I do have two bishops. Okay, I have a weakness on e3, but
Bishop on e4 is
well, it
mighty.
is strong. But comparing, of course, to what we saw, that
It's definitely. Meanwhile, do we have some results? Because we haven't informed of the results. And once again, we expect you to submit any questions you may have, whether regarding the games or some general questions, and we'll be happy to answer them. Okay, probably we'll get back to Musicic's game on board 1. And meanwhile, the questions, if we will have, we will answer them. So b3, g5 indeed was played, and bishop d1 was played by Sophie Millier. Well, now they sort of get back to a slower, maneuvering. So there will not be e5 breakthrough.
bishop d4 is a very good move, because not only she's threatening bishop h5, but bishop g4, and then just slowly playing on the weak squares. The knight on g8, it's very hard to activate it.
But what if I just play queen d8 and I go...
Queen d8 and...
I want to play knight e7 to g6.
So you still obviously, yes, want to do that. Is it possible that now I play h4 somehow to stop your idea with knight e7, because...
I thought to stop it this way.
And then h4.
No, just to make your rook on
And
to
rook
e7. Yeah,
Okay.
you don't want to play rook e7, but you have no other square.
I mean, I wanted to play h4 in order to weaken the g5 and then e5. That was the idea, and
Maybe.
sacrifice
No,
something.
obviously, black's position is still very much unpleasant. Whether white could have gone for something more direct, that's a question. But even now, I mean, it's pretty much suffering for black, and black maybe is not in a danger of immediate loss, but it's very difficult to.
I think king h8 has been played in the game after
h8 was played.
Yes.
Well, she sort of removes the king from knight f4, and also in some lines probably she would be trying to play queen h7. But once again, white can start with bishop h5, rook d8, and
Yes, but then again, bishop h5, you force black to defend the pawn on d6, and then I can rearrange my queen.
Right.
Queen g7, not sure if that's required.
maybe not necessary indeed.
Bishop g4 is also a safe approach, just to gain control on the f5 square and somehow double. But
King h8 was played, and Sophie Milliet played h4.
Okay, that's a good move. I think so. So queen g7 is impossible. So probably that is a very annoying move actually, because I want just to take on g5, and h takes on g5 is met by queen h2 check. And how to counter that?
Queen h2, king h2, I can play king g7. It's not.
Okay, I missed this. I had this illusion that the bishop is still on the long diagonal. Okay,
But
okay.
h4 anyways is a good move, because
Yeah.
I just probably want to take, and if you take with h, maybe king f2,
Yeah,
and rearrange my rook.
certainly. Yes.
But the question if
King f2, knight f4, something, some line checkmate ideas.
Queen c7, queen d8.
I would not be surprised if you would see an upset here.
What was the move? It was queen d8 probably. No, rook d8. Actually, might be a sensible move. She releases her queen finally. No, I think it's too early to bury black.
But, I mean, Sophie Milliet right now, she's clearly better, and she just has to make a couple of moves. So she just can take on g5 now, h takes, and like you were proposing,
Probably
king
h
f2.
takes, king f2. But
Yes.
now with a pawn protected, maybe I can already think of reshuffling my pieces somehow. King g7, knight h6.
King g7 under knight f4, yes.
Yes.
The king has nowhere to go, basically.
Yeah, but then if you go knight h5, I may maybe go back. So queen e5 I can play.
Okay, queen e5, that's a good move. So probably I don't want to rush with knight f4.
Yeah, your king on f2 is also not ideally placed. I mean, it is a bit of a double-edged.
So okay, well, I start with rook h1.
Yes, rook h1 I can play knight h6, and I'm very close to be regrouping. I remember myself trying to storm these bastions, and it's never that simple. I mean, usually there are a lot of ideas, but not easy. Because let's say if my king was not on f2, I could play e5 and win now. Take everything on e5 and g5, but my king is vulnerable here.
What about something like rook h5 and then just rook h8? Yes, I try to double the rooks on the h line.
Yeah, I can swap, or I can consider knight f7 also.
Yeah,
Once I come to e5, I will be
yeah, I
out
agree.
of trouble. So it is not like very clear. And Sophie is now down to 2.5 minutes. Not too many moves remain, but they are important decisions, because although it's only 3 moves here, or 3 moves here to be made, she has to make an important decision here, whether she opens up it or no. She plays bishop g4, which is not quite in line with move h4, because when it started with h4, it was probably another idea she had in mind.
Maybe she just decided to play it safe, not to miss anything. She probably knows that she keeps some advantage. Maybe this is the most accurate move, but still the position is extremely, I think, good for white.
Yes, white surely
so-
better. So bishop g4 was played. Actually, white has another idea connected with h4. Let's say Black will try to regroup this way.
And h5.
Then h5.
Yes.
Yeah. Trying just to make sure that this knight will never enter the game. It's not clear how you're going to.
But knight goes to g4, somehow regroup the pieces, somehow the queen goes away, knight f2, knight g4.
Yeah, but black also is not doomed here. Sometimes f5, sorry, knight a7 and f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, you're always under the threat of e5, so you need to
it's
check
also,
at which moment.
It also has to be checked all the time. Anyways, unpleasant position for black. Not that it is losing, but it's unpleasant. And so far, pretty remarkable play by Sophie Melia. Maybe not the most precise, but she surely controls the situation.
Yeah. And her sister right now, how is she doing? Anna's sister Maria Muzyczuk on the second board. It looks like she's enjoying a technically winning position.
Yeah, I think
there's
it's
not
basically
much,
over.
Not much going on.
We can have a look again on Osmak against Lagno, which became much more exciting towards the time trouble. Once again, 10 moves to time control. And Black has lost all of her advantage, I believe. Mm-hmm. Or at least...
Suddenly with such an active rook on a1, I think Black would be happy actually to truffle repeat the position, bishop d3, bishop c4.
d3, bishop e4, maybe knight e4, but I will not trade. I'll play something like queen f4. You are under the pin, and okay, maybe knight takes g3, hg. So we can see bishop d3, bishop. They repeated twice.
I think she'll repeat it. I wouldn't be surprised. And by the looks, white looks quite all right with that. If we did get the right...
Well, Yulia Osmak has been in a big trouble in the beginning of the game, so she would not be, I think, too ambitious here, let alone that her position, I don't think it is any better. So, just one small trick, for our spectators, what would have happened if now Black captures on c2? It's not that simple. Taking is not taking on f7 is not something that works immediately, but maybe there are some other ideas. Anyways, Lagno has repeated. So what would have been? Yeah, now it's the last time for her, last opportunity to take on c2.
But is there anything?
So bishop takes c2. But the problem, you don't have the next move, so I have basically two moves. You cannot play knight e4 because c2 is hanging. So any slow move could be decent, like rook a5 maybe.
What about rook a7 with the threat bishop f7?
Yes, rook a7 as well. I go back to f5. So we see Katerina Lagno deciding on what to do, whether to accept this move repetition or to try her luck.
I think she's calculated. Can she afford to take on c2? But I think her experience will tell that it's too dangerous to gamble it all.
Meanwhile, there is an interesting development on board 4, where Nana Dzagnidze from Georgia playing Olga Babi from Ukraine. Actually, I haven't recognized this name, Olga Babi, but it turned out that it's Olga Kalinina, actually an experienced grandmaster.
Oh,
young
okay.
but experienced.
Okay, I do know Olga Kalinina because I've played against herself.
Yeah.
But yes, I also did not know
Yeah.
Olga Babi by the name.
So look, that's quite an.
That was a draw.
shock. Oh.
Yes.
We see that Lagno repeated the move and the game was over with a draw. And we see on our screen the position from Dzagnidze versus Babi. It's a mutual time trouble. And White is trying to deliver some mate with knight f6.
Maybe very quickly, I'll jump to the opening. We left it. Where did we leave it? Yeah, we left it something like at this moment. Both of the players were basically waiting, and White could not exactly decide what to do. So yeah, we left it something like at this moment. So and Black finally decided he is having enough of it and decided to make some break, and actually got a quite
Which
reasonable.
looked okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But then in time trouble things went wrong for Olga, because now it looks like White can play knight f6. Can she?
What if I take on
You have to play
e5?
queen a5, yeah?
Yeah. Is there any checkmate?
There is at least a lot of checks. which usually provides sufficient
There's
moral compensation, But
Yeah.
maybe knight d7,
Knight g4 also has a possibility somewhere.
knight g4, knight d7.
Yeah.
It must not be bad for black.
But the thing for black, it is for
about-
black the only moves. It is white who has to decide, no?
How about knight d7? And if queen d6, which you probably have to play, rook d1. Now, if you take on d1, there is a mate on f8.
Yeah.
And if you play queen e7, well, you play queen e7.
Well, I'm so glad that we have you in the studio, Emil, because you see those things very quickly. I still have to think where's the idea. Okay, rook d1. So for me, it's not entirely obvious.
So I think that might be decisive. And we see once again on our screens a game from Milya and Muzychuk.
Yes.
And after bishop g4, probably Anna still thinking.
We quickly switch
had-
back.
she
And
had-
Maria Muzychuk has meantime won the game, so that's quite a nice effort. She had quite a flawless game, in my point of view. So bishop g4.
Still was two moves. Now Anna is down to her last minute, and she has to make an important choice whether she. Okay, she will have to take on g4 at some point, but the question what she will do with her queen.
I think she realizes the positional threat h4, h5, so she's trying to make not a very committal move in order not to land in a much worse position after the time control.
Maybe she played bishop d7 because she didn't take according to her movement. It wasn't like she, or maybe she took.
Can we
it.
have a camera zoom maybe
No,
on,
maybe.
on the game? On Muzychuk with black?
Now we will ask our operators to help us.
Okay.
No, she took actually, and she played some other move, which is.
But in time trouble, I mean, it's very human. You want to make exchanges, you want to make forced moves to
Right.
bring you closer to the,
So
to
she
the time
took and
control.
played rook f7, as far as I can tell from the camera view.
Yes.
Can it be the case? Now we'll get it closer zone.
I think that now it would be very smart from Sophie not to make a committal move. I would not want to make h4, h5 on the 40th move. I would probably just make a good move, not deciding anything, maybe something like rook f3, and then after the first time control is finished, I just sit quietly, calculate if this is really necessary, because g takes on h4 is impossible, because knight f4.
Yeah, rook f3 sounds like a
Yeah,
good move.
just a good move, good practical
But I will
move.
play rook e8, preventing you from doubling.
Now I can think. I mean, I have 30 more minutes, and I can easily try to understand if I need to continue on attack. H takes on g5. Probably there is no attack, but still, I mean, or I just yes, play h5.
So what would be your prediction on the outcome of this game?
I'm not sure. The prediction is changing all the time. I thought that Anna had quite a good position after the opening. I was not a big fan of this c3, c4 in the Royal Lopez. I think it's not very dangerous for black. But still, at one moment, Sophie looked like clearly in a much better position. But then maybe you absolutely were right that this b2, b3 was a bit too slow.
Yeah, she played rook f3.
Rook f3 is a good practical move. I like.
Yeah, and now rook e8 must come, because if you are not playing this rook e8, you're risking you will never be able to do so. So I can play rook e1 and sometimes e5
Yeah.
with this rook hanging, and rook e8 just sort of making you stuck with this pawn. You cannot
But
play rook
I
f1.
think that Anna will hold here.
I would not be surprised with any result. What I have noticed from women's events, and not only women's, like Olympiads and so on, one of the main differences between men's and women's chess is that the quality of the play after the time control drops much more in women's chess than in men. And I have witnessed numerous, myriads of accounts when really strong players, top players, went absolutely in the wrong direction after the time control. Of course, the same applies to men as well. I mean, it's not a secret that for men it's also quite demanding to play 5-hour games. But for women, it's more so. So let's say if you tell me, Anna won this game, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's say Caruana lost that game against Varuja Akopian, and
Okay,
you can
that
counter
happens.
it. Yeah.
That happened once in
Yeah.
100 years, maybe.
Right. But here, I mean, any result is possible. I think. I would be surprised if it would be Sophie. I mean, there are not less chances that Anna would win than Sofia, I would say. I am sure that white is better here, but I think objectively black should hold.
Probably.
Objectively, but now after time control, I mean, there would be a bit less of objective chess.
Is there any other games right now in time trouble, or we have reached it already in all of the games?
Now we will see Zagnidze against Bobby. Zagnidze just a rook up and it's over.
Yeah.
Stefanova actually is struggling against. We can see it. It's a time trouble phase. Ticia Gara got it from Hungary, and she's making. She's doing well.
Maybe black is some kind of fortress, but doesn't look like that. Doesn't look like that. The h5 pawn, if it will fall, so will the entire game. So basically, you have to put the bishop on f7 and be passive. King goes to f6. No. This.
Ticia Gara is coming from a Gara chess family. They are two sisters, Anita Gara and Ticia. Both of them are strong women's grandmaster. Never made it quite to the top of female chess, but constantly playing for Hungarian Olympic team and over 2300 always, and sometimes reaching 2400. But actually Anita is considered to be a stronger of two, I think, but here Ticia is doing very well, and I think Stefanova is in trouble. Actually, if we remember the first game, Stefanova was in trouble yesterday against Zakchaite from Lithuania.
Yes, and then Salomea did not find this very cute maneuver, queen e2, queen c2. Well, maybe it was not so obvious, but I and Alex in the studio, we just failed to find any other reasonable continuations. So, well, but yes, so she didn't find it, and Stefanova still won the game, but I don't think that she'll be so lucky today.
Yeah, well, to win it, it would take a lot of help, but I can see how she will hold it, because you cannot even play bishop d5 or rook d7.
I think there's a very simple track, king g5, king f6, and I just see nothing what to do against that.
Yeah.
Either the h5 pawn falls, the king goes to f6, various mating ideas.
Well, the position is obviously lost for black, but maybe it's not hopeless. I mean, it's just lost.
Okay.
I mean, she can play something like knight f7, pretending that she's still alive. Like say rook b7, bishop goes to c4 sometimes, or king g7. Maybe I should not be in hurry taking. Maybe I should start with f6 to prevent it. Anyway, there is some life here. Obviously, the evaluation is, and then knight d8, tricky one. Anyways, a tough position to hold for.
Well, still some chances, practical chances, I think.
As you notice here, Antoaneta Stefanova is a Bulgarian player who is playing not under the Bulgarian flag here, as we know, due to a number of problems in Bulgarian Chess Federation. The federation was suspended, and we had talks with the European Chess Union. ACP also had it to ensure that actually all the players would be able to play. And even if the federation does not behave properly and has problems, it should not reflect on the players. And we're happy to see all the Bulgarian players taking part. And of course, Stefanova is not only leading Bulgarian player, but one of the top in the world and definitely in Europe. Any more games which are really exciting in time trouble?
There's some excitement, no? The game pads, Elizabeth Gunay Mamadzada was going on there.
Let's say this game, Elizabeth Petz from Germany is playing against Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan. Gunay is one of the most promising young players. She was already above 2400 at the age of 15 or 16. Now she dropped quite a bit, but still she's very serious and works on chess, and I know that she has.
But this looks like strategically lost for black, because she's down a pawn, and the king is exposed very quickly, rearranging the pieces to queen side. Something like rook d3, queen b1, queen g1. I'm sorry, rook d5. I don't know. This looks bad, very bad.
It looks very bad. Elizabeth, of course, is a very strong player. We know how strong she can be. She was over 2500, which is like 2750 in men's chess. You know, it's 2500 for female. And Elizabeth was there. Now she has dropped a bit, but she's definitely a very strong and talented player. Yeah, she looks very firm on her way winning this one.
Oh, there's the draw. This was a funny game. We were under impression that in the game Lily Galoyan versus Bela Kotanashvili that this will end with an easy victory for White. Apparently we missed something. Here, or maybe we did not, but one of the players did. Here we were left in this position. We had the impression the game is just ending because it felt like an extra piece here, with very limited activity for black, but maybe yet again we misevaluated some kind of potential counterplay, queen f6 and queen f3, even though...
Well, it is not over, but it's obvious that white had a huge advantage here. I mean,
Yeah.
just a huge... I'm not sure about rook f1, maybe rook h2, eyeing the h4 pawn, and that would allow knight f4 later on, let's say, if you take with a queen.
I mean, White is not enjoying not only the material advantage, but his pieces are more active. Okay, the king is a bit exposed, but there's no threat for him.
Let's say it is technically winning, but it's not automatically winning, I would say.
I don't think I want to exchange an e6, do I?
Yeah.
Do I? Because the bishop on e6 was not so good. I like my knight on
Maybe.
e2.
Anyways, it was a huge advantage for Galoyan, but then in time trouble, things actually went not her way. I mean, she sort of allowed to play f5, and then central squares were not...
Okay.
At this point, it may have looked like black is... And she offered to draw in this position after move 36.
Looked like a dead draw, doesn't it?
Yeah, in a way. But I'm not sure who's better already. Queen a5 check and so on. I mean, it looked...
Okay.
Well, talking about the draw agreements, okay, here they are allowed. And generally, I think it's not bad for an open tournament. And it's definitely correct, in my opinion, for the qualifier tournament. Because in the last rounds, I mean, if the main goal is to qualify, it is a problem. And I don't know how to deal with it, because we know the situation and we know it well that there would be many games that would be, like, say, agree the draw before the game if both the players are satisfied. So it would put the players who are fighting in an unequal condition because they would not be able to make this draw. So
Actually, I've seen it somewhere that there is a specific rule that the Sofia rule is applied just for the last round. Okay, so this is another case, but...
That's possible. But I don't think it's a huge problem in an open tournament. Definitely it is a problem for a round robin. And for smaller Swiss events, like it was in FIDE Grand Prix, where they didn't use a anti-draw rule, and it led to rather uninspiring draws in many cases.
Yeah. I mean, if both players want to draw, it's so easy to hide the intentions and make a very quick draw and still follow the rules. So.
You know, nowadays we have a lot of criticism about top players making draws and so on, and often they talk about the golden era of chess and so on. But if they talk about 70s or Fischer times and so on, people simply don't realize how many short and colorless draws there were.
Yeah.
I mean, in times of, let's say, Petrosian, or later on, even Karpov, or of course players like Anderson or so on, you would have almost 20% of draws, which would mean a colorless draws within 15-20 moves. Draw is a normal result. What we're talking about is a draw which is a game which was not basically played. And today it's less and less, of course, but sometimes when the issue pops up, we really get back to the situations that we have to limit it somehow. In my opinion, in open tournaments, that's a lesser pro, if it is at all. So maybe one glance on Midia Muzyczuk again before the break.
Yeah, I think there won't be any huge development right now. Probably White will take some time.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
She played rook h3, and now Black is taking some time. And Black has an important choice, because what to do? White probably wants to take f5. It's also not clear, because I can take fg. Because once you rook move, it's an option to play.
But strange move, really, because like you said, I don't see that h takes on g5 at this moment is actual threat. Well, maybe there is some idea to very quickly arrange the... Okay. I had an idea, maybe very quickly arrange the king somehow to the queen side and then keep all of the options open, but I don't think that White will have such a luxury, so much time just something like rook e3 being very quickly runs. Maybe, I don't know, maybe rook
But we can take on a3. Let's say this is.
that possibility. No, the rook, with the other rook.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't.
It
Maybe
does.
it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't, yes.
Okay. If he gets this position,
But
doesn't.
I can still take the rook on f5.
Yes,
that
that
matter, but
knight f6. Who knows? Anyway, she played rook h3, and now Anna has an important choice. She can play queen d7, and basically provoke, at least propose a queen straight, or she can somehow try to exert the pressure on e4.
queen d7 is a good move because it really questions where white will position the queen. I don't
Queen
know.
h5, I guess.
Queen a5.
But then all this stuff, I mean, becomes extremely unclear. Let's say rook g7. And after eg, I can also consider rook takes g4. My rook will get activated. And now I want to play f5 at some position. So maybe you should go back to rook f3. White still retain an advantage, but to my mind, I mean, it should not be enough for anything serious. But anyway.
Maybe she really should have tried to play h4, a5 here. Before that, she reached the first tile, okay, and now you play h4, h5, and try to bring the knight to g4 and have some pressure. But yeah, it's not what it was, obviously, a few moves ago. Any interesting result there?
As we mentioned, Galoyan Hotinashvili was a draw. It's not a huge upset, but still. We mentioned that Stefanova is fighting for her life and has serious problems. Galyamova is probably going to win. One of the older players in the competition and one of the most experienced and strong, actually.
Can you very quickly have a look at how is Demante Dolita doing? Because we had one of the requests earlier.
Yeah, sure.
Somebody wanted to see how it's going, so I just wanted to have a very quick assessment of what's going on here. The pawn on c7 looks extremely dangerous, but it's not very clear how to get to that pawn.
Actually, I saw this position earlier on, and Daulite around move 20 looked like in a driving seat here. This was the position I saw. She could have played castles, bishop g5, f5, whatever. Because rook c7 is not
Such a
big
bishop,
threat.
bishop g5, yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
But she played rook c8. I'm not sure, but maybe blundering this one.
Maybe she missed that, the queen is overloaded with the defending tasks of the
Yeah.
d6, a6 pawns. Yes, I don't think it was intended. It doesn't look like.
But even after rook c8, I mean, maybe queen c8 would not be a bad move, because taking... Maybe here she missed that she can't castle, because if she could castle now, she would have a tremendous compensation, but probably here it would not be...
But still, it wouldn't make much sense. Why do you sacrifice 2 pawns on and then seek a compensation when you are clearly enjoying a superior position? Yes.
Yeah.
Which actually is what Natalia Zhukova yesterday in the studio said to Alexei, that she was having such a good position that she thought, why do I need to sacrifice? Because there's a very simple rule. When you're having a very good position, you try to avoid any unnecessary adventures.
Well, I can tell that I can only invite envy to people who are capable of that. I'm constantly seeking these complications even after having a comfortable advantage, so I should probably learn from Zhukov or something. Anyways, this position was also not bad for black, I think. Even she is a pawn down, she has ideas with f4, e4, but what she played at some point looked like, okay, we will not analyze it too deeply, but the final position, I think this one is, well, it is black who has to show why she's not losing, and she might be. Because if white manages to...
Let's just go to a5 with the king, no?
Wow, and if I create a passer? I thought about stopping it all, let's say putting the bishop on e8. But then
What about
maybe
king
king
e7?
e7 and you threaten king d7 and you cannot. So let's see what happens if
King
c5
e5?
or dc.
Or dc is also possible.
I thought that that's a problem.
And king e6. Yes. Yes.
Black wins because king e5, c6, and you would have to sacrifice.
Why? King. Ah. Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 I see. Yes. Yes. You're right.
So, well, maybe it is a draw.
It is possible that both of the sides cannot make any progress. Black will just wait on. She probably
e5.
yeah, king e5, f4, g4, and the white will just also wait. Even though I don't know, maybe I can play for the win because I can play king e5, king b4, king c5, and go via b6.
No, but if I play here, you cannot play king e5. I play bishop f7 into e6, and I win immediately.
Okay, I see.
So you have to kick me out, and I'll get back, and you cannot. I think if anyone can play for a win, it's white, but I'm not sure how.
Well, still anything can happen here.
Yeah. So I think we are out to a break. It's 7 o'clock here in Riga. I hope you're enjoying this coverage, and I hope also to meet you in one of the games probably tomorrow, because now I'll probably leave the commentary room and let Tom Countans to join us.
Yeah, thank you, Emil, for joining us in the studio. Today in the studio with you is Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans with International Master Tom Countans, and right now joining us was the ACP President and well-known Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky. So we'll making a short break, some like 5 minutes or slightly more, and we'll be back shortly and hopefully try to produce even more entertaining commentary following these fascinating games. Thank you and see you soon.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the live coverage of the second round of European Women's Chess Championship. Here with me in studio is Anna Murakomska from Poland, who just held a draw with black against strong and talented Russian player Alexandra Goryachkina. So, how do you feel about your result? Are you satisfied, or were you hoping for more?
Well, I think that was a good result with black pieces. I played a very strong woman grandmaster from Russia, so I think I should be happy with the draw.
And a little bit about how did the game went. Did you feel at some points that it's out of control, or everything was calm all the time and you were sure about yourself?
Well, I was a little bit out of control after the third move, to be honest, because I wasn't expecting the Nimzo Indian.
Try to go through it a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, and I spent so much time on preparing against knight f3 or g3, but then she just played knight c3 instantly, and I was just surprised. But okay, I went for bishop b4.
Okay. So it was not your preparation.
Well, I remembered this position and g3 taking on c5, bishop g2, and I remember I had to play knight e4
Yes,
and
castle. And we were discussing with Arthur this position, and we were wondering if we both didn't know theory here, and we were wondering, yes, if you know it or it's your decision. As it seemed to us like that in this position, maybe white is not forcing black to give up the bishop, so we thought maybe it's not mandatory to do that, and it was better to take with the knights. Can you say what was your process of thinking?
Well, I kind of remembered my notes, and I think it said taking with the bishop, but well, I thought it's a good position after taking on c3 and playing queen a5. But then it turned out that I had some problems with dark squares and bishop pair. It's always difficult to play against bishop pair. So maybe it was better to take with the knight. But I just thought that bishop c3 is the right decision.
Okay. Here. Taking on c3 obviously is not working, as we were counting. Is that true, yes?
Well, it didn't look good. I mean, I can take, but then queen takes, and then bishop b2, right? And I have...
You're even thinking about if this is not working. Not sure. We were not sure.
What if I take on d4?
Then there's this bishop b2.
No.
We are gonna take on h7.
But I can take on e4 now. No, after taking on d4, bishop b2, I can take on e4. The queen. Yes.
So that we totally overlooked. Yeah. So you're right.
But I think white can just take on c3 and then play bishop b2.
Okay. Take and bishop b2. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have to go to a4.
a4.
And now maybe bishop a3. It just, I didn't like my position now.
And white are having quite a compensation.
Yeah.
Like dark squares.
Yeah, so I decided not to take the pawn. So I think if not taking a pawn, then I have to play d5, right? Because if I don't, then...
Yes, probably developing. Seems so she had to take, I assume. c4. She went for a very aggressive approach.
And probably the best one.
So now you took a pawn. So maybe you can go through the moves and say about some moments yourself. Yeah.
Well, now I was thinking about playing c3. I wanted to play c3 at the beginning because I wanted to take the bishop. Like I didn't want my opponent to have a bishop pair, but well, she can simply take, and if I take, then rook takes, and I always have problems with developing my bishop, and I don't think it's a good position.
Yes, I probably agree.
So-
that
so
it's-
then-
this
mhm.
knight was nicely closing a dangerous diagonal.
Yeah, so then I thought that maybe after c3 and taking on c3, maybe now I can play bishop d7, because I didn't want to allow my opponent to double her rooks on the c file.
Yeah.
But now, well, now she can simply play bishop b4, or
That's something similar as in the game, yes? Or-
yes, but then I decided that simply playing bishop d7 is better, because yesterday I spent so much time trying to come up with a fancy solution, let's say, and it wasn't that good. So today I just decided to play simply, let's say, and that's why I just went for bishop d7, and I think that was the best approach.
Could be. It's most of the time that the most simple things are the
Yes.
best.
Because then I played rook c8, and then here, and knight d6, and I think that's also a good move. Because first I wanted to take on c4 and play. Can I move it like this?
Yes, sure.
I wanted to take the rook and play to c8, but now she can play knight b5.
And after a6, she's jumping somewhere. She's probably taking an f6, yes?
Yes, she's taking on f6.
Yes, and afterwards knight d6 will
then-
come and she's winning material. Or you are forced to
Yes.
take with the pawn and be in very bad structure.
Yes. That's why I was quite happy when I found knight d6. I think that's the best move. Now she took. 'Cause rook c7 doesn't work, because I can simply take and play rook c8, so it's kind of the same. And now she played bishop a3. Now I'm not sure, because I played knight e4. I was thinking about going to c4 with tempo, but I didn't like bishop e7. And I don't know, I quite can always take on f6.
It's always complicated to play such endgames against two bishops, that's of course.
Yes, and this bishop might get active, let's say, so I just decided to play to e4, and maybe that was the best decision.
It looks natural, yes, to close it. And like that. And for her to open it, she had to try to play some moves like f3, which was not really helping to open this bishop. Yeah.
And she played bishop b4, and at the beginning I was a bit stressed, because I realized that my knight is not that well placed, let's say, on e4. But then I realized that after b6, then it's just nothing happening. And I'm not sure if f3 was a good decision for her, because then the bishop is not that good, and there are some weaknesses in the dark squares.
And what do you think she had to do?
Well, I'm not sure, but f3. I was quite happy when she played f3, because first I wanted to play simply knight c5, and I think that's okay too. But I think knight d5 is even better.
Yeah, it's very nice if she has to play bishop e1 to push it back so much.
Yes, because now she's like, she cannot make too much use, let's say, of her bishop pair. So here already I was quite happy with my position. She played e4.
Yeah, it looks like the worst is over.
Yes, and bishop h1, and I was like, okay, if you have to play your bishop on h1, then your position is not that good. So I played here, bishop f4, and f4. And here I played knight b2. I think that was okay too. because now I don't know what white should play, because after king f2 I can always play knight g4, and you
he
have
has
to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is nothing. So, well, I think she wanted to play king f2, but then she realized I can simply repeat moves, so she played bishop f2.
So maybe it's even that you have even a little overtaken some initiative here.
Yes, I was hoping that maybe at some point I can play for a win. But now, well, I'm not sure. Maybe here I shouldn't have allowed her to go to f5, but if I don't play knight c4, then I wasn't sure. Maybe knight d1?
Yes, I wanted to ask you about that. With some ideas maybe to catch this pawn with knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
Double attack on e4 and c3.
Yeah, and actually I realized after the move that I could have played knight d1, and I was a bit
Perhaps she has to go back bishop
disappointed.
e1
bishop e1, and then it just draw.
if you want to make a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As you can also
But
play
maybe
moves
she
like
can-
knight d3 and
What if I play here? Now
but
b6 is
now I think
hanging.
I can take on f2 already and play b5 and start to. It's
Maybe
very
you can play f5 or no?
or maybe
I
even
just-
f5. Yes, king e3, knight d1 maybe, and well, I have a feeling the black is already playing for an advantage here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe even knight d3, knight b4, and just.
But I didn't like not activating my king and white having the king on e3. But maybe I can take this pawn. Yeah, maybe that was a better decision, but I don't know. I realized after the move that I could have played to d1. But here I think my position isn't bad.
No, I think of course.
No, I took. I played b5. And now I want to go to d2 with my knight, and I'm not sure if white can prevent it. Probably not.
I don't see anything.
Mhm. So I just played here and took on e4. And this is just drawing, I believe. There is nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that
yeah.
they can be.
So I went with my
White
king.
can even be in trouble. That's why they had taken
Yeah,
e4.
so that's why she took on e4, and it was just draw.
So all in all, it was a very good game from you. Yeah, and so far, I guess you're satisfied with the tournament. 1.5 out of 2.
Well, it's hard to say after 2 rounds, but Yeah,
so
with
far,
the-
I mean, that
yeah,
there's
so-
nothing to complain about.
yes, exactly.
Can you tell about a little bit how are you liking it in Riga here? How is the tournament atmosphere all in all?
It looks very professional, and I like the tournament, of course, because that's my first European Championship, actually. Well, I played some when I was younger, but that's my first women European Championship. So, well, I'm very excited, and I'm very happy that I can participate in this tournament.
Well, okay. I guess you are also very tired after the game, and so I won't hold you up for long.
Okay,
And thank you for joining us and for your insights about your game, and best of your luck for the
Thank you.
next rounds.
Thanks.
Hello, we are back on live transmission from the European Women's Chess Championship here in Riga. With me is my colleague Tom Kantans. I'm Artur Nekšans. And it's our job today to provide you with some entertaining commentary and give you some insights what's going on in those interesting and action-packed games. So far, the game has not disappointed. There were some quite interesting twists and turnarounds, but still I'm a bit surprised that there are no big upsets. I was expecting actually more. What do you think, Toms?
Well, well, the round is not over, and there might still come
of
some.
course, but I've expected before that, because, for example, yesterday there was a very quick game. One of our first guests of the studio, she won a very nice game with Black, clearly making an upset, and yes, but still I expected that the second round will be, in terms of the strength, more equal, and I was expecting some lower rated opponents might win, but this was not the case.
Well, but I think something like that still could happen, as it's often seen that actually strong players tend to win fast weaker players, but for weaker players, like lower rated players, to win a stronger player, usually the game has to last longer because they manage to find some defensive resources which keeps them in the game. So that might be the case why we are still not seeing any upsets.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, of course, I'm not rooting for the upsets as such, but I was just expecting more of them to be seen today. If we go back to the actual games, there has been no official confirmation by the game broadcast, but as far as I know, the top game, Sophie Millet with Anna Muzychuk, has finished in draw, because that's what we were seeing from the live feed. The game still shows from the official broadcast as not finished, but that's probably because the kings were not fixed, and supposedly the game continues. There was the last moves, some kind of just White offered apparently a draw here, and Anna did not see any reason to decline, because it's very difficult for her to try to fight for more, and at the same time for White, it's not very easy to break through. What do you think, Toms?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to find some way to play for something, and probably, yeah, I mean, it should be quite balanced. I agree.
I think there was some critical moment. I and Emil were discussing in the studio something at this moment when it seemed that White's attack is actually very dangerous, because there was e4, e5 threat looming in there, some potential plans for the g6 pawn, but I'm not sure if there actually was anything, because we failed to find anything at that particular moment, but b3 felt probably as a too slow move, and after g5, with an eventual exchange of the bishop, Black managed to salvage the position, which we thought initially was quite a difficult one. Yeah, and in the meantime, the other results, we already mentioned it, that Maria Muzychuk, another tournament favorite, won her game quite nicely. I really like how she executed that game plan, starting very quiet opening, then making a very well thought of plan on the king side, followed by knight e5, bishop g5, f4, f5. So that's really nice. It required some calculation. By the way, Toms, we did not consider at this moment after rook c7. We thought that queen c7 is impossible, but we missed after h4, bishop h6, even though it's still winning. I mean, yes, that's...
No, I actually saw that, but I didn't think it's a move. I thought if you have to play bishop h6, then it's...
Well, it is, yes,
yeah.
and it turned out quite a simple win, actually, for White. In the meantime, Yulia Osmak versus Katerina Lachno, she managed to save the game, because Katerina got into time trouble and did not manage to play the most precise moves. Maybe that was because of the reason that she decided to play too safe. Maybe she really should have taken on f3 here. I mean, take on a4, take on f3, even though there was some counterplay for White. Well, okay, probably she'll now know better, because after post-mortem analysis you can always identify where was the problem. And this position we are also looking at the time trouble. And we left it at this moment when Black at the time, Trouble played very interesting knight takes on f4, but as it happens, it doesn't give anything. I mean, okay, here it seems there was some kind of blunder. b5 is hardly a good move because it just traps the rook on c5, and some potential threat knight d6, knight e8 is also in there.
Yeah,
so knight f4. Somehow Black just lands down a whole rook. I don't know, but I mean, still it's 1, 2, 3 pawns. 3 pawns for the sacrificed rook. So
some theoretical chances, but practically it should be.
I think actually yes, practical chances here because it's not so easy for White to capitalize that. I think maybe she can.
But I have a feeling that player of Dzagnidze level will manage to do so.
But the Black's clock at the moment shows 0 seconds. I'm not sure if there has been time trouble or not. Can we maybe make some kind of a zoom to the game Nana Dzagnidze against Olga Babi?
I would guess that they did move 40 but didn't still receive 30 minutes, and like now after they run to 0 they receive those time, and it will update after they make a move.
Okay, I think this is actually the game we are watching right now on the screen, so obviously they are still playing. Obviously Black hasn't lost on time. I think that is the position. I don't see the actual position, but yeah, yes, thank you. Yes, it seems to be the same. And what else is there? Antoaneta Stefanova is showing the spirit of a great fighter, because me and Emil were pretty much unanimously decided that this is completely lost for Black. At what moment we left the game? At this moment we felt that the activity of the rooks should be enough to win the game, but still somehow she managed to put some kind of a fortress, and I think actually this is a draw now.
Yeah, the blockade on white squares looks very hard to break.
Yeah, so bishop goes on b5, obviously. Or does it? Okay, I mean, the pawn on f6, it doesn't fall. Maybe it's not so easy.
If only, yes. I put my rook on f4, for example.
Rook f4 and king goes on e7.
Or king goes to b6 and I sacrifice an exchange.
On b5, if I let you. Okay, or on a6.
Or on a6.
Or on
yes.
a6. Okay, I see. So let's see how.
There are still some ideas.
Yeah, so Stefanova is still fighting very hard to save the game. Yesterday she was very lucky because in the opening she did not get a very good position against our Lithuanian player Salomea Zaksaite, but Zaksaite misplayed the position and very, very quickly lost it. So today, yet again, Antoaneta is not in a very good position, so she is fighting very hard to save it. So I don't know if she will, but clearly White is a huge favorite to win the game and create a small upset, actually, I would say.
Yeah.
The next game is Batsiashvili Nino against Marina Brunello. I don't think we actually discussed about this game too much, maybe very briefly in the opening. Let me see. What is this? It's not working. It is.
No, you jumped away.
Okay. Yes, I remember. Yes, this was the funny opening. We were thinking about Queen b6 possibility for Black, but I thought also b5 is an interesting option, and we left it somewhere here.
Yes.
To say that from Grandmaster's point of view, this is a very unclear position. Yes, and let's see how the game happened. There was some action going on, and the current position right now is this. Quite obvious that Black is pushing for more.
Black is a pawn up, and they have a very strong passed pawn, plus White's king is in big danger. So
yeah, so b5 is well protected, c4 is passed pawn, the bishop on g2 is doing basically nothing. It should be a technically winning position unless somehow White can create a counterplay against the g7 pawn. Maybe some ideas to double the rooks immediately, or first give a check, then double, but still, I mean, rook g5 quite easily defends it unless there's some h4 hardly does anything. So this looks really a technical win for black, which is, I dare say, also a surprise. So there are my surprises. I wanted to see them. Here they are.
But as I was saying before, they are a surprise. It's a surprise maybe, but it's not so big one as this rating gap is relatively small. It's
Yeah.
about 100 points only.
Okay. The game Zena Mamedjarova against Monika Sochko, we were actually not sure how to evaluate this position because I don't think we did have a look at it after the opening and we thought that, okay, this is just better for black. We could not just decide how much better. And I felt that there is some possibility to play h4, g4, knight h7 here. Yes.
Well, 94 might have the same idea.
Maybe it's the same, yes, king g2, d4, but clearly I have a feeling that black misplayed it somewhere. Okay, this still seems to be better for black, but now it seems that black lost the control because somehow white managed to rearrange the pieces.
Maybe d pawn got over-evaluated.
Maybe. And the final position is this. And it seems that the d2 pawn is falling. But I have a feeling...
Does it?
I think so, no? Because I'll take rook takes on...
But then, I play bishop c3. No, this is of course.
Oh, bishop c3. Okay. Completely missed. I just was completely focused on this position. Even though I think this is also quite some chances for draw, even though 1, 2 are missing 2 pawns, but the activity of the rook and the bishop...
You might even be able to exchange and play bishop c5, bishop g1.
Well, I manage it. Bishop c5, let's see. Take, bishop c5. No, I won't manage in time. So, okay, the idea was nice, but...
Yeah, but now once the king is on f1, you can just go bishop c5 back. And try to claim that it's...
No, I don't think so.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, but of course this is not necessary. After a3, let me see what is the actual position. Monika is still right now thinking about the positions, so probably bishop c3 feels all right. And
white will probably try to push b4, b5 now. And the question is if black can improve in any way.
I have a feeling that this is heading to some kind of a draw, but maybe... Because the problem for black is that he cannot activate his king. I mean, the king g6, king f6, the king was nowhere. So sooner or later, black will be forced to exchange the d2 pawn for the one of the passed pawns, something like, maybe really like you said, b4, b4 and something like rook a6, and while you'll take on d2. Actually, if you take on d2, there might be some possibility at some time I can take maybe somewhere.
But rook a3 could be
Rook
enough.
a3 feels like a draw. I don't know. This h3 pawn certainly gives enough compensation for counterplay for black, if not more, actually.
And as we know, bishop in such endgames together with rook can be a very dangerous piece.
Yeah, so definitely there's some action going on. In the meantime, maybe I think it's time to make a short interview. We have got this opportunity to invite in the studio one of the leading Latvian players in the tournament, Ilze Berzina, who finished her game, and we will be with her in shortly in the studio. In the meantime, we will have a small break and see you in a minute or two. Thank you. And we are back live from the European Women Chess Championship. With you is Grandmaster Artur Sneekšans, and with me in the studio is one of the leading Latvian women's chess player, Ilze Berziņa, woman Grandmaster. Hi, Ilze.
Hello.
Well, how did you finish today?
So I finished draw against Zawadzka Jolanta, Polish Grandmaster.
Okay. And maybe you can tell shortly what happened in your game, because I went at your position in the beginning. We mentioned your game a couple of times during our official broadcast, and I did not like your opening, even though it seemed like it's equal, but suddenly some things happened.
It was like you said, I got a big advantage after opening, but still
Maybe you can maybe very quickly and briefly explain what happened there.
It was Sicilian, and I'm also always playing this with knight, bishop b5, and today I also prepared this variation.
H3.
And H3, yes.
Okay, we were wondering about this move because I know the main move is c3.
Yeah, but also H3, there is a possibility. And after ace, if there would be a6, then bishop f1, and so something like that. E6, and yes, c3. I hope that this is because I was looking instead of e6, I think g6, but so I'm not so sure. But c3 d4 is actually the only one plan in this.
Did you expect knight e5?
Actually, no. This I made something like that first time. So of course I have to change, because otherwise it looks a bit strange. And d4, and this is forced cd, e5, knight g8, and then I played bishop d2. I think it was correct, because she can't develop pieces in an easy way.
Okay.
But she made knight e7, bishop b4. I'm changing those bishops, which usually I have problems with in such openings. And so there I was thinking about some 40 minutes, and because I was thinking about plan, and then made queen b3, just with an idea to knight c3, knight b4, knight
Actually,
b5.
yes, in the studio we were thinking about some possibilities for you, and this moment we were suggesting that it might be possible for you to play h3, h4.
I was thinking about h4, but something I didn't like in the so that's why knight g6 probably,
Yes,
h5, knight e7.
not sure. h6, I
Something
think you can just take.
Yes, it could be also
Long castle.
yes, dangerous.
Probably, yes, you're right.
I
We also
wasn't so
came to
sure.
We also came to the same conclusion, but we thought it's just equal. But, okay.
So I played this knight g.
Okay.
So
Okay, and here
after
finally some
e6
action started after
Yes,
knight b5,
yes.
some double-edged position, which was not very easy to evaluate, but
Yes.
it felt that you had quite
I
a
liked
bit
the
right.
position. I thought it was at least equal, but
Was there some
Rook c1.
critical moment here?
probably rook c1, queen c1.
Yes.
So I had the short of time, so I made this king h2 with an idea of g3 or something. I gave check, then she played queen e7. No, after
Okay.
is just protecting this. It's logical. But then afterwards, queen e7, maybe f4 is possibility. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it suddenly looks much better for you because you are such a dominant pieces. Suddenly I would also want somehow to capitalize on left f5, maybe some...
Because afterwards she played queen d7, and after f4 it wouldn't be possible. Then it's interesting.
Okay, so actually queen e7 is an accuracy. She should have
Yes.
played the queen d7 immediately.
Yes.
And somehow activate the king. Maybe, but maybe you can still avoid to exchange the queens, no?
But in the game it was queen d7, and I didn't know if queen b8 is correct, because I didn't like this queen on b8 or something like that.
Okay.
So a3, queen d7, and I changed. Maybe it wasn't right. I had a bit of advantage, but it was probably too small to do something.
The official broadcast, it ended somewhere here. I felt that you are somewhat better, but
There
probably...
were g4, hg,
Yes?
and then she played knight e7. I played king f4, and she played back. I played once back on e3, back on e7, on f4 because just to gain time, and then queen, knight c6, and then I was thinking about something, but I had only 5 minutes left, and I couldn't. I saw that it can some f6, g6 could be also a bit risky. If you
here
just
to play f6
f6 or g6, I was thinking
and
both.
g6.
No. If takes, then gf.
So simple. Okay.
Yeah. I was just thinking about whether f6 or g6 in that moment.
Oh yes, but is there any alternative for black? Because g6, this looks so dangerous, no, for black?
I couldn't understand because also if I'm just playing for just g6 pawn somewhere, then also b4 is hanging and this a pawn. I wasn't so sure. I didn't want to lose. Also, I was a bit
Yeah, it's not easy.
Scared. So I thought
So you didn't
draw will be enough.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, probably draw is a no right result for you.
Yes, it's okay.
So, what is your general impression about the tournament? Is this your first women championship?
No, it's the second. I played in St. Petersburg in 2009, and I liked the organization here. Everything is very fine, and the lights are enough, and also air, and for players, conditions are really great.
There's a lot of coffee.
A lot of coffee, a lot
Yes,
of
that's
water,
important.
with lemon and
Yes,
everything.
that is extremely important for chess players.
Yes.
Certainly. Yes. Okay, thank you, Josef, for coming here. We wish you best of
Okay.
luck in the upcoming rounds. It's good to see that at least one of the local Latvian players is doing quite all right in the tournament. So we'll be following your progress and hope you'll produce even more entertaining games.
Okay, thanks for inviting. and
Okay, thank
bye.
you. And we'll probably continue with the broadcast very shortly. I'll be leaving the studio for today, and the broadcast will be continued by my colleague Tom Kantans. From my part, thank you for watching today's broadcast, and Tom's will do the best to continue it at the highest level. Thank you, and see you soon with Tom's on the studio.
Hello, welcome back to the live coverage of the European Women's Chess Championship Round 2. We are on the final part of the games, and I have been left by my colleague, so for a while I'll be alone. Hopefully soon we'll be joined by another player who will be able to share some insights from the round. But for now we can still look at the ongoing games, as there are quite a lot of interesting endgames and positions still, and players are in time trouble. So everything can happen and nothing is prognosable. Here we are in the game between Zagnidze and Babi. White is clearly a clear rook up, there is a passed a pawn, and I'm guessing that, yes, this game will finish very soon. Something like simple move like Queen e1 probably is enough to eliminate all the threats, and the a pawn will just advance, and there are no problems for the king whatsoever. So maybe let's see something more interesting. Let's return to the game between Gara, Tizia, and Stefanova Antoaneta, which has just finished in a draw. So it's a very well defended by Stefanova, as she was in a very tough position, and yes, even though it might not be such a great result for her from looking at it from side, I think she can be quite satisfied that she managed to save such a game. Moving further on, as we were here a few moves ago, we concluded that Black should be close to winning, and looking at how the game progressed, that's what happened. Just Black used their material advantage, collected another pawn, and now the game is just in a technical phase, where it's just a matter of time until Black manages to capitalize on the point. Here, me and Arturs, we thought that Monika Sochko has good chances still, because that h3 pawn will be always dangerous. But if she keeps on to d2 pawn, probably she didn't like something after bishop c3. I can't really tell you what it is, as we thought that after bishop c3 it's not clear what White can do, as they obviously can't take on d2, as that would be met by exchanges and advancing to queen. And as we thought that after moves like b4, there could be quite a decent compensation after something like this, as the h3 pawn is still alive and it's always going to create some problems. And in addition to that, Black is having an active rook, and all White's pawns might be falling soon. She probably thought that she's gonna get enough compensation like this. And let's see what happened here. Black was trying to hold on to h pawn. But something went wrong, and I guess it was just a very big blunder, and Black missed that after knight h4, that knight h4 is possible. Probably they assumed that there will be a move like rook g3 or bishop g3, but after bishop g3 there is king f3, dropping the piece as the rook is under attack. So there was no other choice than to go rook g1, which is met by knight f5, intermediate check, protecting on g3, as if white captured straight away there would be bishop g3, of course. So check, king g8, and now picking up a pawn. And I must say that this is a big turn, as from very easily drawable position, black is now in a very big trouble. And I would even say that it is close to being lost, but there are still some chances, of course, as white doesn't have any connected pawns, and thus it's possible that they can be held and they can fall. Okay, we see that there have finished games further on as well. Buksa drew against Yakviashvili. Let's see what happened here briefly. We left the game at this point when I thought that white is enjoying a very nice position and that they will follow the idea of a5, which also happened. Seemingly white had a nice control over the b file, but that didn't turn out into anything concrete, and black managed to consolidate. I'm just quickly moving through the moves to see what happened there, as I didn't see this game for a long time. So as you can see, there's a lot of maneuvering, and then the queens are getting exchanged, and white managed to pick up a pawn, but that is not enough in this position, as there is no way for white to get out with the rook. And in case the rook's getting exchanged, black will be even playing for a win, as soon they will pick up the a5 pawn, go with the king to b4, and c4 will be under attack. Okay, we can... So, is there still some unclear games going on? Fataliev against Daolita Diamante. We looked at this game after the opening stage. Obviously now a lot has happened, and it seems to be in a very interesting endgame, where I have a feeling that white should be winning, although it's hard to say. Probably white has a very clear plan right now, as they have advanced c7 pawn. Their plan is simply to play king f3, followed by bishop g4 for pushing away bishop from c8 and just queening. And I can't see any way how it could be stopped. As something like king e7 can be met even by the same kind of ideas, with exchanging of bishops and white reaching a winning pawn endgame. As g5, f4 pawns will fall, and g4 pawn will easily advance. So it seems like black is in quite a lot of trouble. We see that Brunello won her game, as expected, against Batsiashvili. So you could say that it's quite a big upset of the round, as she was lower rated player and she managed to beat a very strong player with black pieces. So as expected, also Dzegnidze used her extra rook and has won a game, also moving on 2 out of 2, which is not very big surprise, I would say, but it's still, of course, as we were speaking already before, this is a very tough tournament. Every player is very strong, so every point you can collect, you have to be happy about. So it's a very good result. I don't know what's the situation of somebody joining us in the studio. There is still a game going on between Italian player Guecite and Szczepkowska Karina from Poland. This looks rather interesting for such a late state of the game. So white is having 2 rooks and a knight against a queen. But as the king is very exposed, there are very big drawing chances, and as it's often happening, when there are no pawns to support the knights, it's very hard for them to jump around. And I would even go to say that in this game, it seems that it's yes, it's black to move. In this game, everything still could happen, and I wouldn't be too surprised if there was some blunder from white side, some check situation where some material might fall. So this is actually quite an exciting position still to watch. What we have, black has played bishop d6, white answered with rook d1. Although, so we'll be just shortly joined in studio by Marina Brunello, who has already mentioned won her game in a nice manner against a very strong player with black, so we'll be happy to hear her thoughts about it.
Hi everyone.
Hello. As promised, we are joined by Brunello Marina, who just won her game. So we are gonna hear some thoughts of her, she's in a very good mood and very happy about her win, and it's totally understandable. So
Yes, the position was very complicated. I don't know exactly what.
So we have
What I was
already
supposed
moved
to
out
do.
the opening moves. And reached this moment as we were speaking with Artur with this very interesting idea of where black played b5, and which indicated that game is going to be very fighting and for 3 results, and everything can happen. Okay, please tell some thoughts of yours.
Yes, I really wanted to enter such kind of position, So I was quite happy. But I'm not entirely sure what this is. H3?
It wasn't some familiar preparation idea, it was all at the board, yes?
Half. Okay. Okay, here bishop f5 I think is wrong, because she can play knight e5.
Yeah, we can show that.
Okay.
Knight
And
e5.
here if I take with the knight, pawn take, I cannot play knight e5 because of e4.
Yes, that's...
And this is a problem.
Mhm.
This is why I went on h5.
So bishop h5, yes?
Yes. And here, okay, a4, a6, I think.
Hmm?
I mean, pushing on b4 is not really an option because she will get the c4 square.
Yes.
The whole idea of b5 is to take that square away from the d2 knight, so
So yeah, it's
I have
logical
to
not to
keep
give
it,
it up.
yes.
Yeah.
and e4.
Mhm.
I think this is a very crucial position. I played with this queen b3, probably queen b6, but probably it's good. I'm not entirely sure. It was very complicated.
Mhm.
And this is, I don't know. At the beginning, I thought I could take on d5, but maybe here she can play something like e5. I think if she
Definitely
takes,
looks very crazy.
yeah, but if she takes here, I think bishop d6, and I have good position. The rook goes on e5, and maybe one day I will play c4.
And you can't take on d5 with a knight. Yes, there's some tactical trick.
Okay. I was not very comfortable about entering these things,
As
but maybe I just blundered.
the white pieces are very discoordinated, so it feels like
okay.
knight,
Here
knight
I saw,
f6 will come.
I saw
and-
queen g5, but there is no queen g5. So, but okay, if I take, it's e5 the move, I think.
Yes, probably that's what was her plan.
And here, I mean, I cannot really go here, probably. Or maybe I can, but just here I have to take back with the queen, because the rook is pinned now. But okay.
But
it's good.
there probably is e6, some idea.
Yes.
But it's very complex position.
Yes, it's very complicated.
It was probably
Just
possible to
really
play, but
Maybe, but I didn't know exactly what to do.
Hmm.
But okay, this is a very important position. Probably my move was not so good. Maybe I should have placed it here. I don't know. There are many lines. Maybe here it was better, because on e8 then I had to move it again. So if we get the same position as in the game, I prefer the rook on c8, of course.
but it's possible that now she doesn't need to take to on e6 and she can
Yeah.
use time with some other valuable moves. I just don't know with
Yeah,
what.
maybe. I don't remember well what I saw.
Isn't there d6 right now?
d6, I don't
Ah,
think she
yeah,
can
no,
go
sorry,
for
yes, there is.
d6 because I take
And
and
e5.
e5. I play.
And you can take on f3, yes, or something.
First knight d5, I think. And then my
Yes, and
bishop
then you take.
like this and here. I take
Yes,
here.
that's true.
Yes. So yeah, probably this was better because I already have the rook.
Well, but it can't be also too bad of a move.
Yeah. Okay. Here I think she must play this.
Probably, yes, otherwise you'll open
And
up the
b3.
e-file.
Yes. Otherwise I play c4.
Hmm.
And here I was not entirely happy about my position all of a sudden because she gets the a file and it's not so clear if I will play c4 or not. So rook c8, I have to try to push. And here play queen b8 with the idea of e5. Anyway, I didn't want to push now because I don't want to change the queens.
Mhm.
I think
That's- Yeah, seems
I'm not sure.
like normal approach, yes.
I'm not really familiar with this structure, so I didn't know what to do. I mean,
A lot will get exchanged, then it's probably...
Yes,
She can
something like this, and it's also good.
She probably has to take on c4, yes, and
Yes. Or maybe here I can take with a knight to attack this one. Okay, maybe this one.
It will be hard to
Ah,
play for a
really?
win, probably.
Yes. But okay, she's strong. Draw is enough. Yeah, maybe he could have played c4 here. Yeah. That's I was a bit confused here. I tried to go for this. Yeah, and I have to play e5. If now she plays here, I have bishop d6.
Trapping the rook. Yeah.
Yes, and bishop f7 is coming. So here, okay. Bishop with the rook. I don't really know what was the best. It's
Well, white
really
has-
complicated.
Yes, I mean, it seems like black should be having some edge here.
Yes, this is what I thought too. Yeah, should be. But so maybe I should have gone for that c4 or maybe not rook a8. I don't know
Okay.
at the beginning because I thought my position was fine and here and maybe not so good. So somewhere maybe I went wrong.
And bishop
Well-
d6 is was e5 hanging?
Well, I don't know exactly what to do. And I have to find something else. Her idea is to play rook e6. And now I cannot go bishop d6 because she will put another rook.
And right now you can't push c4.
Yeah, but...
Or can you?
Maybe.
Yes, of
No,
course.
but
I also
she
don't
will
know.
take on d6 the pawn. On the bishop.
Sorry? How?
If I play now c4, anyway I cannot push it on c3.
Yes,
so
but
I'm
you
not
have bishop
attacking.
c5 ideas. Followed maybe by c3 and bishop f2 or
Yeah.
something like that. Maybe. I don't know. It's very
it's-
complex position.
Yeah, I
It's-
just wanted to keep and maybe try one day to play bishop f7 then c4.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
seems
know.
very also logical. Just slowly to take time.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I have to go on c7 now.
Hmm.
Okay, too, but probably here she's fine. I tried h6, finally bishop f7.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, g4, and maybe here is interesting for her to go for g5.
Try to find some counter game. Yes.
Yeah, because if I take and I take like this, and still I have problem with my bishop. I don't know where to put it.
Maybe
And
you
the
can.
knight is coming on e6, so maybe I cannot take.
Maybe you
I
can play
have
knight
some
h5
idea,
after
yes.
knight g5.
Yeah, probably. And now knight is coming, so maybe it's not so good.
No, now she can take on h6, but I thought that
Yeah, well, maybe it's not such a big deal. I can get here first, and then maybe g6,
some queen e3.
3, and g6 if I can.
Knight g5 will be coming anyways.
Yeah.
My
Okay, maybe.
suggestion was maybe that you can take here and now play knight h5. If she takes on f7, you play
Yeah,
knight
that's
f4. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It's really complicated.
Yes, of course. You, of course, spent a lot more time thinking about these things and calculated it more precisely than we did.
But actually, we didn't have so much time now, so I don't know, maybe 15 minutes each.
Hmm.
So not so much time. Just played here. Anyway, I had to play that move because otherwise there was the fork on e7.
Yes, of course.
Okay, bishop b6. I don't think she can take now because I can go for c4. She take, bishop take.
Well, some nice tactical trick.
Yeah, and bishop f2 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, bishop c3. And here this move probably is not so good. I have to go for c4 now. makes no sense.
But just a waiting move. It's also
Yeah,
not so
but
easy
I'm
for
not really
white.
improving my position while she did.
Mhm.
Yes, maybe c4 immediately.
Yeah, well, it looks like that. Also, knight
Yep.
c5 now becoming now as a threat. So
Yes, this I should have played c4 now.
she probably has to take, yes.
Yeah,
And you're taking with the pawn or with the bishop's pawn.
I think the pawn.
Something like rook b1 probably.
Yes, and I can play, I think, queen c7. What I didn't like was bishop a5. Somehow I didn't want to change this, but anyway, c4 is the only option I have.
Oh, why is sorry, isn't it hanging?
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So yes, and if you manage to get knight c5, it's
Yes.
probably a very nice position.
Yeah, this is. Yes. This is what I have to do clearly.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah. Yeah,
but
so
in time
she
trouble,
was-
it's often that you try to make a more safe move than to make a
Yes,
decision.
but
So it's
it
just a
was some
natural.
stupid move because okay, I had to play anyway the same, but we could have reached the same position with her king here, so then the pawn was pinned,
Mhm.
which is much better for me. And now we got this. I have no idea here what happened. It was
It just got interesting. Let's say that.
yes, really interesting, and we were short on time,
Mhm.
so it was okay.
So she
And
took
this
this
is
bishop, yeah.
interesting. Okay, she took this bishop, but it's not so clear. If I put my knight on f4,
Mhm.
okay.
There can be some attack for
Yes,
yeah for white's
okay.
king.
This
b2, b8, yeah.
here, rook d3. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's good. Didn't
looks-
really understand that this move was so good. Because if she plays bishop e3 and change trade the bishops, then
She has all the knight g7
Yes.
ideas, knight h6, yes, and
it's really bad. Especially she got the 7th rank. And
mhm,
it's too bad. So I had to go this move probably.
mhm.
Just okay.
Offering to repeat.
Yeah, but okay. Queen e2 she played.
Mhm.
And here I have to play maybe this one. No, because still the bishop is coming on e3. Okay,
Ah,
the
it
queen is
seems
not there, but
Very logical,
this,
yes.
yes. And here she made move 40.
Mhm.
And she took this one.
So it got a little more calm.
But I think if I is not good. I think she just blundered something.
Huh, yeah.
Because now okay. Okay, this
Yeah,
is the
it's-
end game.
Yeah, this endgame is probably just
Yeah,
one
sure,
for you.
probably,
Yeah,
yes.
as is. So she still tried to grab this pawn on b5, but it just resulted in more material
Yes,
loss.
okay, I'm just a pawn up now.
But all in
Yes.
all, well, it was very nice game, but
Yeah,
very
I'm really
complicated.
happy,
And
yes. Yes, I will go check it now.
Just a quick some question, like, and how are you liking the tournament? How are you liking the city?
I like Riga very much. I went for a walk in the center a couple of times and it was really nice.
Mhm.
I enjoy my place. The hotel is good, the food as well, and yeah, I'm really happy. I'm enjoying myself.
And there,
Especially after winning is always good.
so there are all the right conditions to play good chess. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's the most important. Okay, you're probably very tired and after such a long game.
Yes.
So we'll let you go and wish you best of luck in the next,
Okay,
next rounds.
Thank you very much.
And thank
I
you.
hope to see you soon again.
Yes, hopefully.
Okay,
And
thank you.
thank you for joining. Hello, welcome back once again. We were joined by Brunello Marina, who is a very happy winner of the rounds, as you could see. She played a very interesting game and got a full point for that. Now we'll do a quick look at the results from today, as most of the games have been finished. As you saw, top seed of the tournament, Muzichuk Anna drew against Millet Sophie. Number 2, her sister Maria won her game in a very nice style. There was a very complex game between Julia Osmak and Katerina Lagno, which resulted in a draw. Zagnidze won her game quite nicely, I would say. That leads us, there was a game where Garaticia was pushing for a win against Stefanova Antonetta, but due to very tough defense, Stefanova managed to get a half a point. And then we come to the first upset of the round, if you can call it like that, where Brunello won against Basilashvili. On the very next board, we had another upset in the end game. After a big blunder, Monika Sochko lost to Mamadjarova in up. But I must say that the game was very interesting, and it was probably till the very end not the result we were expecting. But in time trouble, this is what happens, as the tension is very big, and players also just get tired, and I'm sure that Monika will win some games and still be back at the top boards very soon. Then we had a draw between Buksa and Yakvirashvili. Paetz Elizabeta won her game against Mamadzada. Yes, that's correct. And then we had still a couple of draws and some upset, you could call, is that Fatalieva won against the Elite. Other than that, rating favorites were more or less showing their strength and winning their games. There were still a couple of draws, but the number of players with 100%, 2 out of 2, has reduced extremely. And tomorrow there are going to be some very, very tough pairings, and I'm welcoming you to join us tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. by Riga time, for some more exciting games, for a lot more exciting chess, and just to enjoy the show. Thank you very much for watching. It was Toms Kantans here, and see you tomorrow.